credible narrative, an understanding of what objective truth, and we know what's objectively going on. Is it even possible right now? Or who do we believe, which then becomes a normative truth. I believe this particular news source because they tend to agree with me and I agree with them, and that's part of what my tribe believes in. Is this the objective truth because this resonates with what I've lived with, feels really familiar, and are we about trying to come to shared agreement or be able to tolerate each other's subjectivity so that we can actually be in the room together and move forward on enough overlapping shared self-interest that has nothing to do with what we share and believe or what we agree is objectively true. That was a surprisingly useful frame for being in dialogue and even realizing and even acknowledging, are we trying to build a shared reality? And before we do anything together, in which case we're in trouble. So that's what came to mind.
Yeah, I like that layering of different types of truths. I think I focus more, like, for example, in teaching in a didactic sense on discussing types of lies. Lie through manipulation, lies through omission, lies through intentional deception, linguistic turns of phrase. There's all sorts of things in a lie that aren't just like, no, my name's not Briar. You know what I mean? There's different layering, and I think it's interesting to think about that truth. And I still, God, I love this quote so much. It was said in passing, almost as a joke. I think the person who said it even knew it. There's this just YouTube chef named Babish. He goes by Binging with Babish, and I just will never forget the line when he said, the only objective truth we have left to have access to is our own subjective experience. And I think that's true. So we're trying to use other tools and develop things to leverage our subjective experiences to get to a shared reality that we can kind of play into that common discourse and experience. And that's just so much harder than it might seem initially. John, I noticed you come on up here, and I'm curious if you could like that into the conversation.
Hey, Briar, I got a question for you. In my PTR, I'm holding up a book by Ayn Rand, The Virtue of Selfishness. And I had never heard it put this way, but she writes, when I say capitalism, I mean a full, pure, uncontrolled, unregulated, laissez-faire capitalism with a separation of state and economics in the same way and for the same reasons as the separation of state and church. A pure system of capitalism has never yet existed. Not even in America. Various degrees of government control has been undercutting and distorting it from the start. Capitalism is not the system of the past, it is the system of the future, if mankind is to have a future. So I had never heard it put separation of state and economics. And so I think that's what I realized is my biggest complaint about what I would consider hypocrites, meaning that most people are unaware of state economics and they're operating out of a position of complete ignorance. They think it's like due them, or it's owed them, or it exists for them, or they are that existence. So I'm just saying, how do you view church and state and economics? Because if you're a libertarian, is it a hybrid model? Is that the optimum model, or are we completely upside down?
1 second. That sounds like an interesting thing to dissect when people are looking at models of economic and political and economic economies and rules and ways of governance. Can you draw the line, John, of how you are connecting there from what we were talking about? Like, how did you get from 1 to 2?
Oh, just based on what I heard you two talking. Wendy went for a while, you went for a while, and I didn't know I had to follow some type of like programming schedule or format for you, so I apologize if it's a strong juxtaposition.
Yeah, I think that concerns is to kind of have a theme, and I think the theme of this is more in line with the topic. So I think like later on having a discussion, or if you see that connecting with like staying grounded, and dealing with dishonesty, that might be good. But it feels like that's a bit of a jump. So maybe having
I don't think so. I think it's the bedrock of all of our problems. The fact that we don't have sound moral currency, that we're 40 trillion in debt, collecting 5 trillion and spending 7 trillion a year. That's the basis of what I would consider one of the primary reasons why our society is not exchanging knowledge, why our society is not trading.
Slow down about 3 steps so I can see if I can follow you. How does being in debt connect to not exchanging genuine information?
Because people who are trying to exchange genuine information don't realize they are on a platform of disingenuousness, that the currency, because it's not pegged, and that we can essentially, with any new government, just inflate the financial system in the same way that Zimbabwe had to create $100 trillion notes. We're doing the same thing that Zimbabwe did, but we're much bigger than Zimbabwe.
Gotta go back up. How does that affect, like, when Wendy and I are talking, right, and we're trying to exchange honesty or some other mode of communication, can you connect to me how, like, sovereign debt or economics, just draw that one thread, not another example of Zimbabwe or even a negative impact. How does truth erode in correlation with, say, sovereign debt?
Because it is a unified system, especially through property taxes. So if you don't support the education that the teachers union is putting out, you're forced into compliance. Otherwise, your county sells the house out from under you in a tax deed sale. So that in alone shows that there is no real representation or equality. It is a system, and it's based on law and precedents, etc. So I'm just trying to give you an example.
If I try to do the best interpretation of what I'm hearing and connect it in, what I'm hearing from you is that you feel these economic systems are unjust and unfair and yield poor results. And I suppose the implication is that in those poor situations, it's hard to access truth. And Wendy, I know you flashed your mic, so feel free to jump in here too.
It was a mistake, but I have been thinking about the connection I'm making between John, what you're saying and what we were talking about forever, which is it has to do with motivation. If someone's motivation is to preserve a pattern, in which case a pattern of extractive capitalism or something, then everything, including truth, is in the service of that goal. And so it's not about connection or discovery. It is about setting the conditions for this pattern to survive. And this pattern so that's what I was hearing was, what is our motivation? What is our motivation for engaging with a complex truth? And when is it that what we say, what we espouse is really just in the service of advancing a point of view?
Well, there's no guarantee. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brett.
Please,
I was just going to say there's no guarantee of continuity, of patterning. So, if you believe that society and the theory of society should hopefully propagate and continue the continuity of consciousness, whether it's cultural or economic, whatever. I'm just trying to say that There's no guarantees. And so I used AI today to create an AI city roadmap, a city and a society based on AI. If you've ever seen the movie Raised by Wolves or the television series on HBO, it's about an android mother who takes a colony of young people, humans, and goes to live on other planets. And there's a war and all this stuff. All I'm trying to say is those people lived in a society based off of AI commands. And so, you can go to any room on this app, and all day long, people are engaged in political debate. And I just think that in the future, there will be less ideology and more priority. Like, have you ever seen the movie THX 1138? It's an underground society. It's the first George Lucas film before Star Wars. It's about an underground society, fully automated, that uses chemicals to modify their consciousness to maximize survival. And I'm not that kind of like weirdo who believes in that type of a system. I think like we're here for 2.5 billion seconds and then you're gone. So I'm just trying to, enjoy the ride.
And I think this might be an example of one thing that gets tough is I think if we don't have a common connection, truth becomes hard to ascertain because there's not a standard that we're holding things up in relation to. And so I think sometimes on here I hear conversations where it feels like there's different, like you mentioned, Wendy, it's both like motivation, but also like an expectation of what the game is, which relates like so explicitly to the motivations. So I think when you're right that there's these endless political debates that kind of happen on here, a lot of times they're meaningless in terms of shifting anything. Their meaning is to engage in something where people let go or develop some sort of like emotional an experience. They're just wanting to fight or battle out endlessly. And there might be a few that are trying to evangelize or convince people of shifting their positions. But I think people are playing those different games. So even coming up with the truth of the situation, like when somebody says, their team's the greatest football team ever, they often don't have like a metric. It's just how they feel, and they want that to be true. So there's this theory called emotivism, and it's like when we make moral or ethical or truth statements, whenever you're being a motivist, you're really just saying like, this is how I feel. So if you say like, it's good that, I don't know, it's good that everybody has a house, you're just saying, yay, houses for everyone, I like this is fun. You're not making anything deeper than that. So if you say like we shouldn't kill, it's the same thing. Like, I don't like killing, that's ugly, don't want. I think it's hard to ever admit that. And I think there's a degree in which we're trying to escape vulnerability. And so when the truth threatens our opinion, then we want to erase it. And when we want other people to accept our truths, I think we try and shape truth so it matches our opinion quite often, which is, I don't even think it's necessarily wrong, but it creates a world in which whatever's happening isn't grounded in a reality that we're going to have to face. And so I think we're experiencing that, like in the U.S. when, we've gone to so many wars over false pretense. And when we don't solve the problem that was there and there was no problem there and we create a new one, eventually you got to face that. And I think the world right now is living through kind of this moment where truth is secondary to desire. And so there's consequences to that. We're all living through it.
I mean, the military-industrial complex wars, like, I used to hate George Bush, with a passion, or I thought I hated him. But it's so hard to know, in the long scheme of things, was he right? Was his actions, good? I mean, I don't think so. I personally think a limited response of, even more lethality with limited funding is the proper response. I think war has to be economic, and we've exhausted ourselves 40,000 times over. So I'm just saying no one really knows the truth. It's very hard to know. And in the long scheme of things and in historical, narratives and epochs or hundreds of years and thousands of years, who knows? Maybe all these wars are for peace. Maybe they're not as bad as you think they are because there's even worse realities than the
So
reality.
I don't think there's a problem with trying to make decisions considering through the lens of temporality. Because if you're like, there's this problem of infinite recursion. When you go in the future and you say like, okay, they said that this country was pursuing nuclear weapons. We now know that they were not pursuing nuclear weapons. And in fact, when they had said they had evidence, we know they know that because they prepared documents expressing that it's a lie and they had counter evidence. So, for example, George W. Bush, we know he went to war under false pretense. We know after we went there, it was false pretense. And we also know that internally they knew it was false pretense and they planned on how to manipulate people to hide the fact that it wasn't true. So sometimes it's nice because we have conclusive evidence something's not true and it was a lie. So it is a true statement that they knew there were no nuclear weapons. There were not weapons of mass destruction. They did not have evidence of that, but they did want to go to war and use that as the reason. So we can know that, right? And then when we go, well, who knows what the future will foretold? That is actually the truth. We can't make true statements of an unknown nature. And the problem is, whatever the change might be. So we go to an unjust war. It's horrible. It's awful. But it catalyzes the whole world to never go to war again. That's conceivable. We go to that same war and then it motivates everyone to never trust anything ever again. And so we can't develop peace because we don't have shared understanding. That's possible. We can look and try and say the past would have been the results. But I think the deeper problem is if we try and make decisions or meaningfully consider unknown potential futures, we're literally, it's like asking, I don't know what the next fiction book will be. What might it say?
No, I get it. I'm just saying it's still just everybody's opinion. There's really no facts. And Marcus Aurelius says life is opinion, universe is transformation. So people can spend years being hyper political and highly polarized to be left or right. And what I'm saying is that experience, in terms of we were to like suggest better experiences, I think it sucks. I like the world of poetry and art and mixing that in with politics. But if you're, anyways, I'm just a critic.
Wendy, any thoughts on this?
One is that, for many, many years, I worked mostly with artists and artist organizers, and I'd walk into any given room, and the shared assumption would be that there is nothing beyond our subjective reality. And then, although ironically, people would agree that there was nothing other than our subjective reality, which was then a shared truth. But then I would work with engineers, and the shared belief is there is nothing other than an objective reality. And yes, there is truth. There are facts. Gravity. I mean, we wouldn't be able to have built planes, that fly in the air if there wasn't some shared grounding in what are the conditions that would enable something that huge and enormous to fly in the air. So, gravity does exist and momentum does exist. So there is, and on one level, and then there's sort of hanging out with a lot of deep meditators who would also agree that everything is the projection of mind, form, feeling, perception, mental formations, consciousness. It is all, and even that sense of self is a fusion of these different elements, and that all that exists is the individual component. I feel like I'm rambling, but what I'm trying to say is that I, having worked a lot as a dancer, I have a lot of agreement with people that there's some objective reality. That we've learned that as a dancer, if you bend your knees before you jump, you're going to get less injured in a body. And that's based on, fifth reality and and just facts about how bodies function and gravity. So the idea that I think prior when you were speaking about there was this one moment when I realized when you were saying we know that there were no weapons of mass destruction, we have that evidence, and I thought, and we know that. Where my mind went was who is the we, because I'm sure that there could be people in this room right now who are saying I don't know that. And that I think is what, so when you talk about staying grounded in post-truth, I think it's staying grounded. We are not grounded in a post-agreement about what is true. And whereas before we used to get all of our news from ABC, NBC, CBS, we all got news. We got, there was one source telling us what was true, and people, depending on what news source you wanted, they were all saying the same things in and what we now call the legacy media. I mean, there was a lot of rigor in research, in investigative journalism, but everything was still being skewed through what are the intentions. So I don't think I've had that as strongly as I'm having in this conversation, is that what we believe, is so much tied up with what we were doing. So I love when you said that we shape the truth when it doesn't match our opinion. And so what is it? What are we actually, I feel like a Saturday night routine. What are we up with? So what are we doing? What are we up to? Are we just trying to confirm, to use the truth that confirms my own belief? Or are we actually interested in discovering something that might be more connected to reality? And I do personally believe there is reality. It's informed by perception, but
Wendy,
or hot water.
Wendy, I've heard it said that life has to be pure chance, on like the infinite cosmic number scale, and therefore it's total joy. Like, I think people should be ecstatic that your existence for 2.5 billion seconds on average, is just total random chance. That all these people walking around who really think that, God in the Garden of Eden created Adam, and that is the genealogical and genetic till the now. I mean, to me, that's amazing that people really think that. But anyways, I'm just saying, Wendy, the good news really is joy. And I just think too many people ruin their joy experience with their ideology and their ideologue polarized position, and they don't see the natural order. And that's why I brought up currency and debt, because we are inverting nature by doing it. We're spending people's generational wealth 100 times over. We've probably just in the past, 10 years spent as much as the entire American existence has generated in GDP. So I'm just saying that things have gotten really effed up since 2000. And it's all because of 9/11 and the actions that we have decided to plunge ourselves into for the 2000s. And it's historical. They wanted to control the Silk Road. I mean, that was the plan in the Zabrinsky papers. So it didn't work out. And they got chased out of town.
Wendy, I think there's something to your point on how, like, you were talking about dancers and how they engage and the truth about the knees. And there's this book, I think the title is The World Doesn't Exist and Everything Else Does. And it's a weird title, right? And everybody's looking for an evocative title. And I started reading the text and I got what he was saying. And basically, the idea in this book is that there is no unifying thing that is the world, such that it's a single thing that includes everything. But yet everything that we would consider real and unreal objects, all these different things, they exist. There's just not one shared domain. I don't know that I agree with it, but it's just an interesting idea to think that, like, oh yeah, everything out there exists. There's just not some singular thing it all exists in. It's disparate existence that can't be overlapped.
No, there's not. It's the opposite of that.
Just a second, John. And I think that's when you're talking about the dancers and the conditions, like, you know, there's a thing from certain traditions that, especially some mystic and some more, I think more commonly Eastern traditions of philosophy, that embrace the idea that there is no objective world, and they lean into this thought about there being more, you know, the universe is consciousness and things like that. And there's one way of seeing that, like, that's the primary way how it works. Then there's another way of saying, oh, the world is this very materialistic, physicalist thing. But I think probably there's some truth to saying those two things exist, but they're not each other. And they can influence each other and interact with each other, but they're different parallel domains. And, you know, our subjective experience and art and the way we feel, and that being the only thing that matters, that can coexist with your point of, like, but bend your knees. Like, otherwise you're going to get injured. And then when your body snaps, it snaps. Now, what does that mean to you? Do you care about it? How do you feel? What was your emotion when it happened? Like, those can all be real or subjective or, you know, whatever we want to categorize them in. And recently I've been taking to this idea of, like, real and unreal. So, like, you know, if I ask you to, like, give me the coordinates and the math behind freedom, on what level, you know, like, give me your exact numerical rating of anxiety right now. You know, when we compare watching a sunset versus drinking a nice soda, which one is the more statistically likely to yield, I don't know, purple dye, right? It doesn't make sense. They're questions that don't correlate. And that's why if you go to a doctor's office, they're if you've ever had that thing where they come and they're like, okay, give me your scale on a 1 to 10, where, like, 1 is the most innocuous thing ever and 10 is the worst thing ever. They're trying to take something objective to your subjective experience. And so I think just putting them in different domains and acknowledging their existence and saying they influence each other is really powerful. So, like, to your dancers, right? A lot of dancers are very wealthy. So I've done a lot of shows where you don't make a lot of money, but there's some. And it's not entirely uncommon in the art world that the people putting on those shows run out of money. They're not the greatest at budgeting. If I went to your dancers and I was like, oh, you were owed $100 for this show, but I'm going to give you $1, but subjectively it's as good as 100. Most dancers would say, close it, I want 100, I can count it. And I think that's when, you know, we have all these times where the reality of the material world runs up against our subjectivity, and likewise, our subjectivity runs up against the world. And I think it's just, that's where, like, you'll hear people say, but I don't feel this way. I was giving the Jewish man.
So it's like a fantasy of yours?
Hey, Danny. I came to bust in that hut.
You're fucking university, you're looking at cocksucker.
Jewish man in New York, I think that won't kill me.
I don't know, Danny. You keep posting that I'm Anton LaVey on Facebook. What's the deal with that? Hello? Jeez Louise. Everybody thinks I'm Anton LaVey now. I'm not Anton LaVey.
What in the city
You wanna kiss another Muslim, Danny?
Kissing Muslims?
That's what she says, bro. That's what she says. She said she kissed another Muslim.
Gross. Islamic cooties.
Yeah, I'm going to Egypt. I'm to Egypt.
Sense like he's objectively correct. If it doesn't feel good to him, it doesn't feel good to him. And then, yeah, you know, I think that's where it's important to separate them, is we can argue, like, you know, okay, Demonstrably, nobody found weapons of mass destruction. Internal reports that are found say they didn't have them. Nobody's found them. We found no documents in Iraq. In fact, we found them talking about not having them and planning on dealing with that. So all the material evidence says no. I feel like they must have had them.
But Breyer, you're speaking as if it's just a software program with code. We're talking about humans with emotions and political power. You're talking as if we're just robots, and they broke the code. Hello?
Yeah, just yeah. So I think that's it's easier to understand these situations if you put them separately. And I think some people are conscious and aware of this, and that's what like propaganda and marketing and manipulation and advertisement can be intentionally. Trying to make something physical that is real and tangible and share it with people that tries to influence their subjective experience. So in turn, they'll change their behavior and do something real and tangible in the world. And that's why I think this is like something we can all understand, because you can go to school and study this. You can look at like the power of economics. You can go through social theory and see the effects on people. So I think it's real and obvious in the end. John, I think you'd wanted to say something. If you'd like to chime in on that, feel free. Or not.
Yeah, I was saying that like with regards to the weapons of mass destruction, life is just, it's horrible. It's based, so much of life and war is based on deception. And, we're talking about dirty businesses here, which is going to other cities by the thousands to fight to the death other people who would oppose us, with their weapons. So it's very violent. And I'm just saying, you speak as if like you are the creator of the universe. That, we know that it was all a lie and it wasn't proven. Okay, well, you're talking still about millions of people, and it is a global community, and it is a global political community, and the world is very small now. So when somebody in a city far off is doing all types of villainous shit, and they're involved in all types of illegal activities that the global community doesn't like, well, guess what counterintelligence and intelligence operators will do? They will propagandize to make you look like an evil person so we can legally go in there and take you out. I'm just saying, you speak with such naivete as if you've never even been on the street. Hello?
John, one of the vibes in here, I mean, I'm not sure whether the naivete or what exact point you would disagree with, but there's a lot of rooms on Clubhouse where people like to just sit there and like banter and argue, and maybe they're having frustration with their life or their day, and it feels empowering to just kind of toss elbows a little bit. And in fact, I think that might be most of Clubhouse at this point in time. But when I curate spaces, I actually try and avoid that. So feel free to give a bit of a vibe check in here, because I'm sensing that desire to throw elbows and be on a kind of different energy level. And I usually don't, it's just not the type of space I curate. It's not any better or worse. It's just not the ones I like to hold, and not the way that I know how to kind of moderate and keep a good spirit. So just try and check that a little bit if you possibly can. So for example, I think you were agreeing a fair amount with what I was saying. I think you were saying that you think that people manipulate truth to cause harm to others, and that governments and agencies will attempt to paint somebody in a certain light to justify killing them or going to war with them. That seems to actually align very much with what I was saying. I hear that you didn't like the tone and timbre for some reason based off what I said. I'm wondering if you notice that agreement, and if there's a reason why you chose to frame it as a disagreement.
Well, when I came into the room, I asked, about Ayn Rand. and her quote about separating state economics in the same way that we separate church and state. So, then you said, oh, well, what the hell does that have to do with what we're talking about? And you got a title that says dealing with dire honesty. Maybe that's close to dishonesty or staying grounded in post-truth. See, like, what the fuck is post-truth? There is truth and there is not truth. There is good and there is evil. There's beauty and there's ugly. So your framing, sir, of whatever the fuck dishonesty-staying is and whatever post-truth is, it's my opinion that you're an ideologue and that you're completely brainwashed. And, I don't know why people even entertain, a lot of your opinions, because the truth is they're not grounded in nature. They're not grounded in economics or running a business. Do you know how to run a business, sir? Have you ever run a pizza shop? Have you ever made a profit per slice of pizza? Hello?
Sean, assuming it's not just trolling, if you're going through deeper stuff, I think a lot of times that's where people react like this. I hope you work through it, man. It's tough times for everybody, and if you need a message in the back channel or you need to get through something, feel free. But what do you think people do? Why do you think people come through these rooms like yourself? Why do you think they spend time here? Why did you choose to? What are you hoping to get out of it? Because I feel a lot of need from you, man. Feels like there's a lot you're going through right now. And I'm just wondering, why would you come here and engage with that?
Oh, well, see, this is just the way that I choose to use the app, which is generally mocking people. Because I like to read books, and I generally find that the information in all the books that I have is far more useful, valuable, and interesting than people's incessant, never-ending opinions and takes and political propaganda here on this app. This is my opinion.
Why are you here and spending your time?
Oh, because this is a target-rich environment with liberal intellectual wokeists who can't run a pizza shop. So naturally, I come to inform the elite intellectual liberal that you're not even grounded in reality. And your philosophy sucks because you're low IQ and you don't get it.
Are you like, obviously it's a parody of this talking points you did. Are you trying to seek attention because it's tough and times are hard and you need that? Are you trying to criticize something that you normally feel powerless to do in your day-to-day life? Are you trying to be heard and it's hard when you host a space to get heard? I'm wondering how much you're able to engage with, like, why you choose to do that. And it's easy to give a superficial answer and troll, but, like, it's pretty easy to sit and kind of see a little bit deeper. I'm wondering if you've ever done that.
I'm wondering if you've ever done that. And I was going to say some other things about this app. One thing is, it's layered. Two, information transfer on this app is very slow. Hello?
You very, very much. It fits in your flavor to consider actually answering that question. Like, I can feel kind of what's going on, man. And I often wonder, what do you get out of it? And when do you think you want to chime in and go for it?
Yeah. I would love, John, if you to hear what you thought about Briar's question, just because I might learn. And so I don't know. I know it's not your pattern of how you sounds like of what you said about sort of how you engage on the app. But it would be an act of generosity, and I'd be really curious. So if I'm curious what you heard of Briar's question, whether you even heard it the same way I did, whether we have a shared reality about it. I'd love to hear, first of all, how you heard Briar's question, how it landed on you, and then why
do you guys are wasting your fucking time?
Hello?
It's okay, Wendy's not wasting her time.
How is this a waste of time? You're here talking. This is what people do on this app all day, every day. How is this a waste of time?
You're a weirdo.
Oh, I'm a weirdo. Weird.
Hold on. But indulge it for a second, and you're a friend. It
I
might
just
feel
came up to say, don't waste your breath, but if you want to, go ahead.
Yeah, no, John, I wonder, and Wendy was asking for that gift of generosity, which you could or couldn't do, to your life. Yeah, what did you hear the question? If that was something you were able to hear, and if so, what did it mean to you?
Well, you said, you made a logical error earlier when you said that you think reality is like decentralized in a way. You put it a certain way, and only the way that you could probably put it. But the truth is, with regards to your question, the response is there's just not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And if you really understand that, you might look in the mirror and say, fuck, John Kitover is right.
Why do you go ahead and make your point?
Yeah. John, it would be a gift that you may not want to give. And maybe it would be, I would really love to hear what you heard of Breyer, what the question Breyer asked of you, uniquely you. Question he didn't ask, I've never heard Breyer ask of any other human being. And he asked this question of you. And I'm wondering, first of all, there's no shame, no blame if you didn't hear the question. But if you heard the question, I'm wondering what you heard Breyer ask. And if you didn't, you'd be even more.
How many times are you going to keep asking me about this question? How about we just refer to the title of the room, Wendy? How many times are you going to keep asking me about this question? Hello?
Yeah. Oh, I think what you said was that what I just heard you say is, I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in going there. That's what I just heard. And autonomy, freedom, agency. That was just a request. And I think, I'm learning. And I think part of the other reason for that also, I think this might be related to what you're saying, Denise, was that I've been in rooms where people came in holding the stance that you're holding, John, and there was a way in which there was a welcome, and what happened was, over time, that intention to engage in the way that I think sounds like is your pattern, John, started to shift, and I've learned so much from people sometimes, and I think people who some of us in this room know. One of them who popped into this room a little early and heard what was going on and popped right out. Who I think walk on the app in a similar stance to how you're walking, John. And one of these people, I've learned so much from him. Step down from the way you're engaging. One thing that I up as more fully, authentically him. It's like fucking
Well, Wendy, let me ask you this. I mean, can you even tell me one thing that I have said here today that you found interesting or intelligent? Oh, here we go again with the bending of the knees to take a jump.
Yeah.
Hello!
There was something you had said about this larger reality.
Here we go again with bending the knees to take a jump.
But it's fact that when you said there is no fact, there's no such thing as fact. Like that's so. There's that. I think when you said some of the things about this
just leave the room.
Sort of this data and economics. And right now I've been taking a bit of a deep dive into market into market humanism, and so if there's things that I'm listening to and saying, what might these mean for so
I mean, Wendy, you do realize if you ask the population, how do you generate a profit? Cost of goods sold minus expenses equals, basic concepts of equations, math, just basic math. And you can't get around basic math. And eventually, there will be no more government services because all the money will go to the banks in interest payments. There will be nothing left. The banks will control everything.
I think that there's two levels for me of what's happening in this conversation right now. So one is, there's at least three levels. One is, what is the intent? And I thought, Briar, I was really curious when you said, this is the way I like to hold rooms. And it really brought me up to this whole thing about intention. What is the intention that we carry into being in these rooms? And I realized my intention is human connection is to connect and to grow and to learn and to clarify my own thinking. That's kind of what I'm up for. And I have no idea, like all these other people in this room, somebody who's anonymous, dreamer, and all these like what draws us, what keeps us. So there's that, and then that's one level. What's the motivation for being here? Another one was the nonverbal dance that goes on. There was the one moment, John, when Brian was talking and you jumped in and you spoke over. And that moment was a very revealing moment. It was like, what is it? Stop listening and read. And I do it. I jump in and I take over because whatever's driving me is more important than the existence of the other people in the relationship. So then there's a cadence of
Interesting that those I can tell. Yeah, and you notice that we're trying to do with our voice and our patterns as well. Like idea, really hardcore. And it depends on the level of judgment that like performance theory and everything. What are we trying to perform and show off? Are we trying to show off dominance? Are we trying to show off forgottenness? Are we releasing frustration and pent-up aggression? Are we, there's always something we're kind of doing when we're speaking. And I think a lot of times there's a lack of awareness of what we're engaging and talking about. John, for what it's worth, was a serious question, and as other people have mentioned, I think you kind of enjoying that.
Well, Briar, my chief complaint.
Just a second, John. There might be more of a depth. Well, maybe it's exactly what you want to do, but there might be something of depth that you're missing out on. Like we said, there's some other people that engage that way until they found something else. And man, like again, Wendy, I think I know who you're referring to very much. The first time they cried together in a room, talked about some pretty heavy stuff. And they still troll and do their thing. And I think this lady probably knows what we're talking about as well. There's some real depth there. And that's one thing I found with people that like to systemically like troll and do certain behaviors. It's interesting. Like when somebody comes in and they're predictable, it's interesting to try to look at, okay, what's predictable and consistent, what's inconsistent. And what I found with a lot of trolls is I think it tends to be people that feel disenfranchised in their life. And whether they want to express opinion.
That's an all or nothing statement. I hate to break it to you, but that's an all or nothing statement. And in cognitive behavioral therapy, that's a cognitive distortion disorder.
And I think that what you notice, like in the business, there's an entire the authenticity and vulnerability. I did this for a while online.
tried reading a book here?
I was just annoyed and hurt. But instead of like expressing that, our society's taught us that that's too much. Then we troll, or we like do these sorts of behaviors. So I'm guessing from what John's saying,
Well,
maybe
don't you know what comedy is, Briar? It's a category, and it's a huge category. And what do you think trolling is? It's just comedy. It's the prank call show. And some people do a lot of different shows. They do the Prove to Me God Exists show. It's always just a gong show. Hello?
So is your desire to be recognized as somebody who's funny? Are you wanting to engage in the humor, or are you wanting to call out the humor in the situation because you find it inauthentic?
No, not at all. I do what I want to do, and that is my will. And the point that I'm trying to make... Hello? Well, let me finish up real quick. Hello? All I'm trying to say is, I still don't know what the fuck your title, Dia Honesty Staying, grounded in post-truth even means. It just seems to me like an intellectual liberal reverse engineering words. Hello? You haven't even asked me my pronouns.
There was a moment of genuineness, and I could hear it. Like, if you listen really carefully, you can catch that even with like the trolls and stuff. I think you are frustrated with other people's communications, and you want, I'm guessing, you can tell me if I'm wrong or right, and I think it might be too vulnerable, I understand, that you want attention and acknowledgement for who you are. But I think you actually might want to genuinely point out a hypocrisy that bothers you, and like acknowledging the hello bits.
That could just be projection. I don't know if you ever, think about what you say. You just say it. But maybe if you listen to the recording of this on my YouTube channel, you'll say he was right. I was projecting onto him. I was just projecting onto John Kitover, and that was a me problem. It's not a John Kitover problem. That's a you problem. That's your projection onto me. We finally got it out of you. Hello? Any other projections?
I think the deflection is like, you have to pay attention.
Oh, deflection. Okay, Green Bean moderator. Okay, Dr. Green Bean. Deflection. Okay.
For other people that are annoyed or in the room or stuff.
Well, deflection, that's again just a projection onto me, claiming that my deflection is my projection. Well, it's really your projection and your deflection.
For a second. So yeah, I'll avoid the crazy trolly behaviors, but I think when I are indulging in a little exploration here, so thanks for those either.
Oh well, don't just entertain yourselves with me. Talk to Jimmy. Jimmy's a real schmuck. Jimmy is one of the dumbest people I've ever heard on this app. Talk to Jimmy in his big stupid brown hat. It's too big, Jimmy. Get a new hat, or you gotta tuck the top down. What kind of hat is that, Jimmy?
Got it dealt with. Okay. I have a policy on people not slipping.
I just didn't like the guy's hat.
Kitty
It was just a hat.
You know what's interesting when you get close, Wendy, to if you listen hard enough, Rich will say,
he's listening so hard.
Really practice
You
intentional
should need to
listening.
listen hard.
You can find something out about those people.
Ooh,
You
you can find out something secret they dropped. Some little secret thing.
I think it's really hard.
Oh,
And if you
I
just
feel like I'm being so well analyzed. It's
just
shocking.
whoever they're putting rise to get that, it's seeking a call response.
troll for this guy.
But it can be interesting, like you said, to try and just
Super
pay attention
duper
to it.
interesting. We got so close to his intimate
If
soul.
life is rough and you ever want to hit me up in the back channel.
Oh, if life is rough, you can call me. We can talk. I'll be your therapist.
And if
I hope things get better. Oh, projection again. Projection again. Call me anytime, cowboy. Call me anytime you feel like you're sad.
It's good to see you too, Daniel.
Call me anytime you feel like you're sad. Bye, Briar. Great room. What a waste of time.
I thought it was hilarious. And then I saw Daniel up here, and I haven't talked to Daniel in forever, and I want to say hi to you, Briar, so I just came up to say hi.
It's a great room. What a waste of time.
How's your day going?
See, you know it was comedy.
Fantastic, man.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot recently about.
He's been thinking a lot.
I know you're in the room the other night. Just the way right now, like even in that performance, right? There's this way of engaging in, whether the comments are genuine or not. There's such a privilege.
One of the dumbest people.
Performance of a role to not have to engage with like the vulnerability of being genuine or accountability. I was trying to explain to somebody actually earlier that term kayfabe from professional wrestling.
If you freeze.
That, because
easy
you can be
chickens.
mad about things that aren't serious, but you have control over.
Freeze.
I was thinking about how you can
Just
also
got kicked.
protect yourself by having this degree of distance. That like it's not what I really mean. It's not what I'm really saying. And you notice this a lot, like actually very seriously with politicians nowadays. It was a move that I think we're evolving, particularly in the U.S., where it started with the "I'm just kidding, can't you take a joke?" And I think it's a move that a lot of people do, and it's like testing the waters. It's pushing that Overton window. And I think sometimes that might be the trolling as well, is to see like, what can I get away with? What's the window of possibility where you can explore and push things without like being vulnerable? It's a safe way of kind of testing things. I don't know if y'all noticed that. I'm curious if anybody has any commentary or thoughts on that.
I think it's. Yeah, I think you're overthinking it. I think it's just the art of bullshitting. I mean, some people have it, some people don't. Some people are funny, some people aren't. Some people can make a joke and it offends some people, and some people they crack the fuck up. So it's, in other words, a joke is for 50% of the room. It's not for 100% of the room. Being serious is for 100% of the room. So it's risky. Do what you're talking about, but it could be deflection. It could be to protect. You don't know unless you try out the art of bullshit. It's art. You try it out.
The difference between bullshit and not. I mean, like, when you say bullshit, I assume you mean like a really colorful way, but have you ever heard of the book on bullshit? Yeah, so which is just So there's two levels. Check this idea if you haven't heard of it. There's a guy named Frankfurt, and he's a really interesting philosopher. And he talks about this. He writes this. I think I first saw him on Jon Stewart, to be honest. And he writes this book called On Bullshit, and he writes this paper that gets really influential. And in it, he talks about he coins BS and bullshit as a serious philosophical term. So not just like you're saying, right? And to him, what bullshitting is and I'm very influenced by this. I think it's an idea that's pretty interesting. Yeah, Wisdom's right too. It's like there's lies, and then there's like performance, like on stage and in poker. But what bullshitting is it's talking as if you were saying truth, while acting out and performing where everything you say is grounded in truth or a lie. It's just a performance to an end.
That's what you do.
So like poker might be interesting because it's kind of like in poker bluffing, right? Like you need everybody to think what you're saying is true. But you're not trying to say anything true, you're trying to win a hand at poker. And I think in poker, why it's okay is like we all know the bluffing is going on.
Okay. We just had a great session with Dr. Breyer, our therapist. He said we could call him anytime we need to. Hello?
Certain races are better than other races based on certain characteristics.
Yeah.
Now, if he was really
know if I could call him a
racist, then that would make him racist.
I don't know if I could even call him a racist because he only does that on Clubhouse. He probably has a black friend that doesn't even know that he's on Clubhouse.
In real life, he's a bitch.
To be offensive, it's more like an ideology. Hey, Pepe wants to. Pepe, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I do have.
What is your defense?
I do have beliefs. I wouldn't say some groups are better. I have it like a supremacist feels like I when I hear the term supremacist, it means like I'm above you. I should rule over you. Our people are superior in that way. I don't. I am somebody who thinks that the different groups have different. The distribution of traits is not distributed evenly across different groups, and so that's more or less my viewpoint. But with that being said, even like, let's say, for example, a controversial opinion I would have. This part isn't controversial, but at the time you take IQ tests, the time you take standardized tests, we see a disparity between blacks and whites. Whites do better at the time that they take a test. Now, an argument would be from some people that like, oh, well, it's because of how they were raised, the quality of their education, yada, yada. But and some people would argue that it's more, there's more of a hereditarian explanation. But regardless of that being said, like white people...
A hereditarian? You mean genetic?
There's a distribution of traits, and so most white people are within the realm of average. Some, have quite a bit that are stupid, and then you have, some...
How long is this stupid monologue going to go on for?
To the audience, amazing.
Oh!
So then you have a really small minority that is like really smart. Now, of course, with black people, it's the same. There are black geniuses, and there's black stupid people.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my God, I know. About me, shine the diamonds of and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shiny diamonds of brilliance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. I bear the rose and cross of life and love. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the foul lands, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than night. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it flow. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop believing. Wisdom of teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 at night, 10 I breathe in your holy calm. The storm it It came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's yours. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I need it to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and shield. shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince priest to be. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, oh splendrous serpent. 19 odds your living woman. 20. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 of the chambers rise the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy and kisses the secret orders of her deep. Winged glory, starry blue, are mine, O Enk of Nakhon Su. 12 colorful children under the stars and take your fill of love. 13 above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of new wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wicked love, the starry blue, are riding away, death knows soon. My joy is to see your joy. Above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of new light. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wicked love, the starry blue, are light away, death knows soon. My joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh, one I know of the song I invoke. My hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. The mount be that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vision of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of her, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the voice of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine not the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon which shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse of the sign. Even of none say the be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know thee. Mine is the garment of white stone. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or of the air, or through the air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and cross of life and
light. Giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the last one might be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign at each and abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second.
came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's yours. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, you are the answer. I need it to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's yours. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I need it to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tender night, tender living. I breathe in your holy cold. When the storm in my head lays down, wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's gone. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the axle of infinite space, is the Prince Priest least. And in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. Left to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the Prince Priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men.
So when we get into the Russian collusion conspiracy, what it really boils down to is the idea that Trump was colluding with various Russian actors in order to help him win. And there's a ton of evidence pointing to okay, what proof do you have of that? No, but you have no proof of that. Yeah, but the list shows nothing. You don't even remember the list. Tell me what the list is.
Let me end this once and for all. Hold on, end this once for all.
No, let's go through the list. Well, there's no list. If you want the truth, right? So let's go through the list.
Robert Mueller, right? So if you're honest truth, Robert Mueller said under oath. Now, if you believe Robert Mueller's lying under oath, that's a different story. Robert Mueller said under oath when asked the question, did you find any direct communication between Donald Trump and any member of the Russian government? No. Said, okay. So where did you say he colluded? Well, people in his orbit, we believe, spoke with members of the Russian government. And he went to outline. So, when you say he was colluding, how was he colluding? Well, he was colluding because of other people nearby him. So that's guilt by association? Got it. So if a friend of yours is a murderer, and you're a friend, and he's a good friend of yours, that means that you believe in guilt by association.
This is bad faith. Who's Paul
Well,
Manafort?
no, so
Who was Paul Manafort to Trump? And what were the alleged crimes?
Robert Mueller lied under oath? Robert Mueller lied under oath?
Well, hold on. Rerun what your own quote was. He didn't say he thought Trump was innocent. He said he couldn't find evidence proving he was guilty. I ask you again, is OJ innocent?
He said,
Because you just want to deflect. And you're doing a fucking good job because you're doing your best effort to not look at the truth because it's your God. Meanwhile, we all know for a fact that he was a Democrat. No one would be bending over backwards like this. You are fucking startled right now. This is genuine. No, I asked you a question. Who is Paul Manafort to Trump?
You have a question, and then you shut up.
Who is Paul Manafort to Trump?
I'll answer yours.
He's his
I'll answer
friend.
yours.
He was his campaign fucking chair. Are you serious?
Oh, okay.
He was his campaign chairman. What the fuck are you even? Oh, he was a random guy. He's some guy that Trump knows. Shut the fuck up. You shouldn't even get to talk after saying that. You shouldn't even get to talk after saying that. You just said he was some random guy. Holy shit. You cut me off. You cut me off like a big fucking Robert Mueller testified that he couldn't prove it. What? What's that have to do with it? You never testified on it.
Yeah, I never said once. We
need one mic.
Yeah. So
We're gonna let King talk, then Truth. Calm down a bit, Truth. It's not that serious. Trump's won.
So just to be clear, I said that Robert Mueller said under oath. He never said, so this guy lied and said, you said that he said he couldn't prove it. Guilt. He never said that. I never said that. He said that either. So that was a lie right there. So for a guy who's truth, he just lied that I said that. So I didn't say that. What I said was, and the exact quote of Robert Mueller is, when asked, did you know, or is there any evidence or any communication? He said, no. He said, there's nothing that we were able to find. And he also said later, if you listen to his testimony, that there's no inclination that Donald Trump himself spoke. However, he did say people in his orbit did. And then he went on to explain the people in his orbit. Then, and the later question was, Donald Trump aware of these activities? He said he didn't know if he was aware of these activities. Okay. Then a question came to him. If you watch his testimony, it's great. I mean, testimony right when the report came out. And then they also talk about John Podesta, who was the chair of Hillary Clinton's campaign. And they asked about conversations. They said, yes, he had conversations with foreign governments, including Ukraine. He said, oh, okay. Well, I mean, there's also evidence of things that the Ukraine did. He said, well, we weren't able to find evidence of any connection between Hillary Clinton and Ukraine and those allegations. We did investigate them, but we were unable to find. So according to Truth, that doesn't mean she's not guilty of colluding with Ukraine, which would also be an offense. So the point I'm getting at here is that you have a person under oath who was in charge of investigation saying he didn't see anything, but there's people who were involved in these people's circles who had connections to some of the most nefarious people all around the world, and they were at high levels of their campaigns. These aren't random people. I was giving you an example, saying if you as a person are associating with someone, even a VP of your company or someone who's doing something nefarious, that doesn't mean that you're guilty of what that person did, unless you were involved or you were instructing that person, or that person was operating at your interest and says they were operating in your interest, or there's some evidence that they were operating in your interest. So that is the point that he brought up. Now, he did say he felt that the evidence pointed to Paul Manafort and other people being arrested. At the same time, he wouldn't exonerate Trump also, because he just said he didn't know and he couldn't find. He also didn't exonerate Hillary Clinton and her involvement with Paul Manafort, John Podesta, and her connections to Ukraine. So I'm just saying that there's no evidence to show what was happening in both those areas. You don't have evidence. So you have a belief, and that's fine. You're entitled to your belief. That's all.
Okay, so, and this is why I opened with OJ, right? Because what can be proven in court versus what's common sense are two different things. Everyone understands this. That's the whole innocent before proven guilty. Second, these were not random people in his circle. This was literally his entire fucking campaign staff, including his son, Donald Jr. Like, hello?
Yeah, but there was no proof that they ended up conspiring with Russia in order to help them win the election. That's the fucking
just
part.
let me finish, please, respectfully. Just let me finish. So when we go through, right? So here's what we know for a fact. Here's what was proven. Russia was interfering in the election. That's not even contested. If that's contested, now we have to go do it.
With Donald Trump?
Hold on. With Trump Jr.
Was
Hold on.
with Russia
Trump
in
Jr.
collusion with
Why did you make me listen in for 5 minutes and you were so biased? I'm literally 2 words in and you're interrupting me. And then you'll say, calm down. Let me fucking finish. And no, I'm not here to say what you want me to say. I'm here to say what I have in my head. How good is that to throw me off, bro? So, Don Jr., and this is how I fucking know you guys are biased as fuck. Imagine this is a Democrat and his literal son is involved in, like, well, I don't know, guys. Let's defer to assuming he's innocent. Just fucking say your lies and let's move on. Because at this point, you don't care about
You know what? Truth is right.
and let me fucking finish. And let me finish. And let me finish. So we got Trump Jr., Jared Kushner. Shut up. Let me fucking finish.
Truth is right. Hold on, Truth.
God damn it.
Everyone,
Trump
listen to
Jr.,
Truth.
Jared
He is
Kushner, Paul Manafort. That's his wife's husband, his son, and the manager of his campaign.
Wife's husband?
No, but Trump didn't know. Trump didn't know. No, the person he's putting in charge of the chairman of his fucking campaign knew, and his first son knew. But he didn't know. He didn't know, guys. And that's me being unbiased and objective and honest. I quit. I'm not just riding fucking Trump's nuts. Nothing he does is ever bad.
No, actually, I'm conceding Truth. You were right. Well, Donald Trump's son being on the board of an energy company while he was serving in office is disgusting. And to say that he didn't know that his son was doing that, and that his son was getting involved in these Chinese activities and Chinese companies and actually colluding with those countries and trying to ensure that the outcome that he wanted so he could protect himself from getting in trouble in those countries and using that, I mean, that is just disgusting. And that should, Joe, I mean, he is right that the fact that a president or any elected person's kid would do that kind of shit means that that person must have known. And thereby, the sitting vice president at that time must have known that his son was involved and that a prosecutor was going after his son was there, that if he fired that person, it would benefit his son. I agree with Truth. I'm going to agree with him that Trump probably knew all this stuff. I'm hoping he's going to agree that Barack Obama and Joe Biden both knew what Hunter Biden was up to and what he was doing with all of these countries and what he was doing with the companies in these countries and was doing that shit. If he's willing to admit that and say that these guys sold the presidency and sold the vice presidency, I'll consider Truth an honest player. But if he doesn't, then he's just a fraud.
Bro, I'm no
It's my turn, Truth. Hold on, it's my turn. I get an opportunity.
I mean,
Sorry
can
for
I speak when you're done
Sorry
without
for
being interrupted
interrupting.
for 30 seconds? Anybody hear me? And stop being
Yeah,
gassy.
man.
Like, why are you getting
Yeah,
mad?
you
I'm
are.
cutting you off after you listen for 5 minutes patiently. What the fuck?
Hey, Joe, go ahead. Or is it my turn?
Well, I was just going to make the point. Look, we know the whole Russia collusion story.
comes from the Steele dossier. At first, it was paid for by GOP operatives, largely associated with John McCain. Then it was hired by, then Fusion GPS was hired by Perkins Coie Law Firm, which is Mark Elias, which is a notorious activist lawyer. He was working on behalf of Hillary Clinton. We all know this stems directly from being political opposition papers that were intended to try and frame Donald Trump as working in collusion with Russia. He was colluding with them to win the presidency. Now, years later, we got to see that it turned into the fallout with Ukraine and the war between Russia and Ukraine, and so on and so forth.
Actually, I'm in a bad spot now. Yeah, go ahead. Just keep going.
Well, hold on, Joe. Cut out, maybe.
Can't hear nothing. I would like to speak for 30 seconds of interrupting. And that's when we calm down.
Adults, we're adults. It's going to happen. Okay? You speak
Not
your
5
points and be quick
seconds.
about it.
Hold on. So adults, I was thinking for 5 minutes on Gay Joe.
You're going to speak for 5 minutes. I never speak for 5. Hold on. Hold on, King. No, he's arguing against my moderating ability.
If you're an adult that don't interrupt someone asking to be not interrupt.
I don't ever speak for 5 minutes.
You know, I said King, he spoke for 5 minutes, which is fine. I haven't mentioned. But I didn't interrupt anyone.
Yeah, but we try to make points and pass the mic.
Bro, no, this is biased. Just say you're biased. Just say it then. Did anyone interrupt King? Because you agree with him. So just say you're biased. Just say you're fucking biased.
I've interrupted him many times.
He just interrupted Joe. Literally sat and dated Joe.
Just because we did the last time after I said we were going to try to do the one mic policy.
You finished what I was saying. So
you wasted your time. It was your turn to talk.
He's obviously worked up.
Pepe, let me just finish what I was going to say, guys, because I'm going to go in a second. Leave to you guys. I'll come back. But I just want to say this statement, right? There's evidence, and it's actually proven now with classified information that's been released, that both Obama, Hillary Clinton, and others sought, and now Obama can't because he was president at the time, but Hillary Clinton and others received and sought intelligence from foreign players to help them with Donald Trump. And they actually asked them, and actually those players, some of them called and said, hey, we have information. Now you have the principal herself saying, I want to know this intel. The principal, here you don't have the principal, Donald Trump saying, I want to know this intel. But you have the principal wanting it, and you have the campaign chair, John Podesta, heavily involved in these. In fact, his email was hacked. There's actually evidence that came from his emails that show that they were asking for this kind of information involving the Steele dossier. That's what you missed, Joe, about that, is the connection to the Hillary Clinton campaign on that. So if what Trump said was they saw an opportunity to get information and dirt on their partner from the Russians, well, why is he not saying, yeah, and Hillary did the same shit, but no one investigated her, and there was no investigation into her. There was no rating. There was nothing there. I would like to understand why that was acceptable for her to do.
It wasn't.
All through the conversations. And not.
Yeah, King, I said, one of the, funny enough, I was being interrupted, but one of the first things I said when I started to reply is, no, I'm no fan of Obama. I'm no fan of Hillary Clinton. Her email scandal, her laptop scandal, the Hunter Biden stuff, all of that. No, I was right there with, like I said, I'm independent mostly anyway. So you got no contest on that with me in full agreement. That's why I was getting frustrated, because it's like, on both sides of the aisle, it feels like you're chronically dealing with bias. If any Democrat was wrapped up in this kind of shit, no one would be, you don't have a smoking gun. That's why I opened up with OJ, because I'm like, let's just fucking lay our cards on the table. Let's say OJ's innocent. Let's just say fucking OJ's innocent.
We can have dialogue.
Because at some point,
dialogue with you. What are you trying to prove?
Well, that wasn't a...
That humans are biased? That people play sides? That we have a red team and a blue team? Yes, we have ideologues. what's it matter if I think the Democrat Party is the bane of the existence in our country? That they are the root of all the problems.
I mean,
Is that a
you can
problem?
whatever you want, just be honest.
I can think whatever I want, but why do
Just
I
be
have to
honest and
practice it?
truthful.
I am honest and truthful.
No,
I
you're
say
not.
this
No,
all.
the fuck you're not.
I say this all the time.
Nothing
No,
burger. You're calling it a
No,
fucking nothing burger when people are in
The
prison.
Russian collusion is a nothing burger.
People are in prison, but it's a
We
nothing
spent
burger.
millions of dollars
How
on
do
it.
you go to
in
prison
nothing
on
burger.
Joe?
It was a total. Nothing came
How
of
do
it,
you
Drew.
go to prison on nothing?
Who went to prison? Yeah. Who went to prison?
Paul Manafort was
Hold
doing
on. We need to clear this up. Hold on. And you like it or not, we're mods. Truth, that's just how it goes. Okay. If you don't like it, you can always go to a room, start your own room, and be a mod.
While you're
No, it's just how it is.
I-
Okay. So look, Paul Manafort. Let me read very clearly. All of the counts that he was found guilty of were tax fraud, bank fraud, failure of disclosing that he had a foreign bank account. This has been stated by Manafort.
O.J. Simpson. He was not convicted for anything to do with the. Yeah, O.J.'s innocent. I heard
You're being disingenuous now, Truth.
I heard you. And by the way,
Now you're being
there's no fucking
disingenuous.
bad faith. It's crazy.
Now you're being disingenuous.
No, your question was who went to prison. I answered, and then you said, well, it wasn't
You're
what
throwing stones from a glass house. Hold on. You're trying to establish that you have some moral superiority over us, that you're more unbiased than the rest of us, that you're more clean than us.
Yes.
While you are being disingenuous right here in attributing that the tax crimes and the financial crimes that Paul Manafort was found guilty of somehow also correlates to Donald Trump was in collusion. He was colluding with Russia to win the election. Because that's the accusation.
Okay, so Paul Manafort, Michael Cohen, Roger Stone, Papadopoulos, Flynn, Gates, Alex Swan, all of those people went to prison.
No, they did not. Not one.
Not one of them went to prison. You want to bet thousands of
That's
dollars?
the Russia collusion.
I'll bet $1,000.
We didn't say Russia went to jail for Russia the investigation.
Not one. Not one.
Not one went to jail for Russia collusion. That is a fact.
Stop changing. Stop moving the goalposts. The question was.
In fact, hold on. You're being disingenuous again.
Oh.
You're the one moving the goalposts. We're talking about Russia collusion, and now you're trying to
question
bring
was
up.
wait. You said it was.
You are the one moving the goalposts. You're trying to bring up other people that have been in Trump's orbit, like Michael Cohen, that is a clear rat and has turned on him for political purposes, and he was bought off by the Clinton machine to go at. This is politics. This has been the point that I was trying to make earlier with the Letitia James story, and this all comes from the boy who cried wolf bullshit. That was the reason I used the analogy in the first place, and that's what got you all worked up. If you keep saying the Russia collusion story, you're the one moving the
I literally started yelling because you started interrupting me repeatedly because you don't like what I'm saying. Fucking 5 seconds in, even someone in the chat agreed. Like, you can disagree, but for fuck's sake, have some decorum.
Yeah, you guys did. Naveen in particular.
Thank you, Pepe.
Like,
Everyone
how does that make you feel? Hold on. How does it make you feel that I'm aware that a Democrat agreed with you? Yes, I'm an ideologue. Yes, I see people as red team and blue team. That's
I know. I just see Americans. Crazy.
That's fine.
Crazy.
I don't believe you though. I don't believe
what
that
you believe. I was in high school criticizing Obama
because you believe in Russia collusion.
You'll never have nuts as big as mine. I'd love to see you as a black kid telling your family Obama ain't shit. Fuck out of here, bro. I'm not you. Don't act.
Okay.
Okay. What the fuck?
Bro,
He's got big chocolate salty
I don't even know why you just bragged about being biased by me. That's crazy.
Well, then I'm an ideologue. Okay, so what I said was, and I'll say it again if I have to, that the person that agreed with a Democrat, does that make you feel bad? That someone on your side agrees with you?
Well, they didn't agree with my position. They just said you were interrupting him and being biased. You let him speak for 5 minutes, knowing him. I spoke for 5 seconds. Is Pepe a Democrat? Even he co-signed that. I doubt Pepe even agrees with me. Do you have any ability, even if you don't know, to go, you know what, I'm probably being unfair? Or are you just like, well, fuck it, I will be unfair?
And don't tell me not to get mad.
Well, I would say this though. The truth, I didn't like the analogy with O.J. Simpson. Not because yes, obviously most people realized he was guilty. However, these people that were running for office and they're basically the AG there in New York, Tisha James. These are people that were openly talking about how they were going to go target him, and so it's like oh, it doesn't mean they're. It's not that we're being biased that we don't think he was guilty, but it's just like this was their fishing expedition, and it's just like they had to find something that was like so fucking petty that I don't know, it rubbed a lot of us the wrong way, and the Russia hoax. I mean, the fact that we know it's like fruit of the poisonous tree. It's where you have this fucking dossier, and then that ends up leading into this whole thing about Russia collusion, and then it's like then they can't find anything, but he's found guilty, in the public's eye because it kept on getting repeated so often, and it was clearly all political, and there is absolutely no proof. There was not. What ended up leading the investigation into Russian collusion had nothing to do with something that was observed. It had to do with the fake dossier. That's why, like, a lot of us are kind of just we're over it. And for years, that is an accusation that everybody swore was true. That was on the left.
Yeah, I can 100% meet you on the middle on that. It was definitely a witch hunt. I remember when it was happening, I was saying that the left was shooting itself in the foot because you have to pick something that's huge and stick to it, but they were trying to throw everything they could to throw it at the wall. And often they were over-promising and under-delivering. So I'm not even, I'm actually in full agreement with that. The only thing I pushed back on was Joe saying, oh, it was a nothing burger and it was a boy who cried wolf. I was like, well, hold on. Because, anyone who knows me knows I keep it the same all the time. It's like, well, the truth is usually not ideologically motivated. So, can we prove there was collusion? Probably not, because anyone who's a functioning conspiracy actor is not going to leave a trail of evidence. That doesn't mean there wasn't a crime committed. That means we can't prove it in a court of law, which is why I referenced OJ. And then even saying, well, no one was arrested. I was like, well, no, people were arrested connected to the investigation. They weren't proven to be tied to the conspiracy theory, but they were lying under oath to protect that conspiracy. And then there's this, like, what about, like, this deflection where it's like, well, no, they got arrested for lying. It's like, what were they lying about? Why aren't you referencing what the lies were about?
Well, this is all speculation.
The main concern is that Russia.
All I wanted to say was that this guy Truth. I know he didn't say that he's a Democrat. He said he's an independent, but I like hearing his voice. I mean, I don't agree with everything that he's had to say. Don't get me wrong. I'm sorry, Truth. I don't, but I like hearing you like a different opinion. I mean, it's been cool.
I don't think two things. He is good, and you want the balance. So it seems like you're on the other side, and you want the balance.
Two things real quick. One thing I never understood is if Trump's ideas, and MAGA in this case, was such a, his ideas were so bad that they, why did they have to go through all these links to get rid of them this way? Truth. I never understood that part.
No, I thought that.
Yeah, I mean, like let him fail on his ideas. Like literally, you guys, not you, but other people, literally elected Trump based off just making these, in our opinion, just really wild claims. I mean, I didn't know. It's just really weird to me. I didn't know if you had an answer to that, but like, why let him fail on his own? I don't have the answer, but my guess is ties into something I said last night. Is that it feels like under Obama, politics became war. I remember watching Fox News talk about Obama's tan suit for like 2 weeks. They called Obamacare communism, even though it was 80% of that was literally created by the Heritage Foundation, Trump's #1 financial backer in his first campaign, mind you. Like literally, that's ridiculous. It was pushed by Newt Gingrich and adopted by Mitt Romney. Obama's base wanted fucking Medicare for all. And he gave them a revised Mitt Romney bipartisan healthcare bill, and Fox News called it communism. And I'm not. So here's the thing. I'm only 34. For all I know, it was political war before then, but that's why I said I don't have the answer. I can only tell you my opinion. But from what I saw, it's like all of a sudden under Obama, it became political war and no longer genuine political discourse. And so I think they were just fighting fire with fire. It was like anything Trump did, they had to smear him. Also, I think the left feared Trump because he represented. Remember in his first election, he positioned himself as the right wing version of Bernie Sanders. He complimented Sanders a lot. He even agreed with him multiple times on various issues. So he was positioning himself as this wild card. Even the own RNC was trying. Remember, everyone forgets before the RNC, even his vice president, before the RNC was behind Trump, fucking JD Vance called Trump Hitler. So let's not just say it was all DNC, man. Like the whole industry, the whole machine did not like him. To be fair,
Truth.
you know.
Look, I don't mean to interrupt you as some sort of personal attack. What it is, it's called pancake or stacking over and over and over and making lots of points. You can make a point, drop the mic, pass it on. We can all have dialogue. Clearly, most people only start to recognize politics at the time when they start paying attention. It's been rather contentious for many years. We can go back to the Bush years with the war and how awful it got the political discourse then. Let's talk about during Bill Clinton and the Lewinsky trials of what was going on. It was very contentious then. It did not just start being contentious when, I'm assuming largely you started paying attention.
Yeah, I can agree with that. That's why I even hedged what I said, because I can only go back based on what I've experienced. I'm not gonna hold you. The Lewinsky thing. 90% of black people vote Democrat. Most of my family's Democrat. They would talk about the Bill Clinton thing, and as a teenager, I heard that. I was like, that's disgusting. And they're like, oh, it's just a dude getting a blowjob from an adult woman. I was like, what the fuck? First of all, he's like a senior citizen. He's old enough to be her grandpa. She's like 20-something, fresh out of college. He's the most powerful man on earth. He's married. Like, this is disgusting. And just because he's our guy, we're going to act like it's okay? No, if he was some regular dude, I think he was a piece of shit. So I've kind of always just been the dude not really liked by either side because I'm just trying to stay
morally. No, you have moral truth. You have moral truths, and I appreciate that.
So, Democrats defended that tooth and nail all the way down to the wire and did for many, many years. Only now, looking back 30 years, that you get Democrat supporters, a whole new generation that says, oh, well, it's not that big of a deal. It is a big deal. During Clinton, during all that period of time, you should have seen the Democrats because a lot of people don't feel like they've been in their vote. Like it or not, that's just how it is.
Yeah, facts. No, I agree 1,000%. Yeah, just for the record, I don't even think the Russian collusion stuff was the world, because the main conspiracy was just he was working with a foreign to help him win the election. The alleged crime was like they're doing vote diggers, they're hacking machines. That shit I never bought into. That doesn't even make sense. How is Russia going to help him hack domestic? That is such a that is like, and they wouldn't need his help for that. So that really didn't make sense. To me, I just took it as like he was getting dirt on Hillary and having them hack her emails to leak the emails, but they again don't need him for that. So,
but that like didn't come from the Russians. That didn't come from the Russians. That came from WikiLeaks.
True, but to be fair, wasn't he being harbored by Russia at the time? I can't remember now. Hold on.
No, he was in exile for most of that. After the release of that stuff, was it one of the European countries? Or no, in one of the Central American countries, right?
I can't remember.
Ecuador or something, or
oh, he was in the embassy of Ecuador, South America. No, in London.
Yeah, in London. It was in one of the embassies of Central America. Thanks for pointing it together.
But yeah, so my main thing was just to say it wasn't from my perspective crying wolf, but I will. You will actually look. I'll meet you in the middle and say, because I even said it then, they were blowing it way out of proportion, and by doing that, they didn't even have to, because by doing that now it's like over promising and under delivering. Right? You're like, oh, he's working with Russia to hack our election machines. They literally said that. I think Rachel Maddow alluded to that. No, like his campaign.
Rachel Maddow could have kept all that shit going live along more than anybody else.
Mm-hmm. And I got in trouble with my family because I was getting mad at her for that shit. I was like, this is poisoning. All they had to do was tell the truth. All they had to do was say, look, his team is getting dirt on Hillary. They're doing it in unsavory ways. The campaign finance, there's a lot of shady shit going on. But then, you know what the truth is, and you guys might agree with me at least here. I don't think they could sell it on that level because it'd be like the Spider-Man meme. Because they do the same shit. So,
Yep.
What was the incentive for Rachel Maddow to lie about Russia collusion for so long?
I think MSNBC is like tied in with the DNC. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, remember, Bernie Sanders was like her best friend forever, and then she stabbed him in the back when he ran. That shit, I'll never forget watching that. She used to bring him on all the time and roll off the red carpet, and the second he went against the machine, she stabbed him in the back so fucking fast, it was crazy. So, yeah. That's why I can't stand partisanship. I just can't.
Same, true, same.
Partisanship. I don't think we would exist in a country that I understand y'all's yearning for it, the desire for it, but that's what doesn't exist and will never exist.
You know what's a good example to me, Joe? Okay, so me and my friend, we were giant Ron Paul fans. Mind you, he's Orthodox Christian, super right-wing. I'm independent, but I vote pretty progressive, and both of us love Ron Paul. And Ron Paul tried to, caucus and campaign.
I'm a Christian. But
awesome. Yeah, no, I'm Protestant, not Orthodox, but and so.
I'm Protestant too. Okay, cool. All right, go ahead.
Right, and so we love Ron Paul. Ron Paul got booed at the RNC. You remember when he got booed? To me, that is an example of when partisan politics go. Or when John McCain got booed because he said, hey, let's not call Obama a radical Muslim terrorist. Oh God, the audacity that he said, hey, look, I disagree with him on a lot of stuff. Let's not call him a radical Muslim terrorist. And he got booed. That's why I don't like partisan politics, man. It just ruins the landscape. The conversation gets diluted into flinging shit at each other,
Go ahead, Matt, if you want.
No, I was just fixing my mic. Looks like the reparations title went away. Down in the rest of Russia. Truth. Are the other things done? What was the other one? Oh, well, how about the impeachment? Find those valid things that took place or no?
Well, I think the impeachment process was early and reactionary. Ironically, now, I'm not gonna lie, now in this term, I'd be a little more sympathetic to it. But when they first pulled it, it felt the same standard they were using to impeach him would have been used to impeach literally every president before him. Even when they keep trying to say he's like a wannabe king because of the unitarian executive theory, I'm like, no one minded when Obama expanded the same progress Bush made, and no one was making those claims about Bush or Obama. So,
right.
I definitely think it was overreach there as well.
Because this was kind of like a domino thing. So obviously a lot of us, looked into this Russia hoax and what it was, in our opinion, what it was really not. And then that set the tone, right? This is the issue we were talking about, is the never cry wolf thing that Joe was mentioning. It just went so sideways, in our opinion, with the other side, that everything else that came after that was just looked at as a complete political witch hunt. Just to destroy, to smear and not let not win at the ballot box at the end of the day, right? Like that was my biggest thing. Like, why couldn't we just, win at the ideas at the ballot box and not do all this, impeach him over a call, right? Like this is like just silliness, And actually, the other one was, I guess, impeachment over. Was it January 6th? Was it the second one?
The Ukraine phone call.
Yeah, but the January 6th was one too, right? That was one that they did, right? After he was president, by the way. After he was out.
I think they tried. No, I think it was the January 6th hearings that they held with the Democrat committees in the House.
EFC in the Matrix. I don't know. Joe, then can you start?
You're in the Matrix, Joe.
Joe, I'm pretty sure Trump was impeached.
Yeah, Joe the Matrix, Joe.
Yeah, okay. That should be better. You don't remember the January 6th hearings that they held for the House on television? It's 7 p.m. It was all a Hollywood show.
Yeah, it was a theater. They actually had a production for it. I remember all that. Yeah, but that was all that he got impeached over the election stuff. I mean, I don't know. Hold on, my dog's. And Joe, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, he was impeached while he wasn't president. It was like a week after that they actually came down with the impeachment when he literally wasn't president. I don't know if you remember that.
What kind of dog does he have?
Is it wrong that Trump was actually my dad?
Yeah. So I thought the one where he had already lost the election was the Ukraine phone call, wasn't that?
No, there was one in 2019. That's Ukraine, and then we had the 2020 January 6th incident, which he was impeached on. But it went, found not guilty. That was the whole thing. As far as I know, you double check it, but there was 2 impeachments, right, in total.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. And again, even in those, it's like, I'm not gonna lie, the January 6th thing was definitely sketchy. I don't know if it's criminal or impeach worthy though. It's definitely bordering on the line of it because I've heard Democrats basically tell people to riot, tell people to fuck shit up. So I don't know. It's, to me again, it's not equal. They're not applying that standard equally.
I like how you put that fuck shit up. That's funny.
Oh yeah, like I mean, this is kind of unrelated, but like even the Charlie Kirk thing, like Democrats constantly do this thing where they will hold Republicans to a standard they're not willing to live up to themselves, right? Like if
For saying that.
definitely, now to be fair, now when I point the gun at Republicans, don't get mad at me, because I pointed at everybody. But no, Democrats have this habit. They have this habit of the morally virtue signal when they're hypocrites, right? Like the BLM protests, which by the way, I supported to some degree. I don't support destroying people's private property, and that's fucked up. But I did support the protests in general, the movement. But once it got to property damage, you didn't hear Democrats going, "Oh, that's going too far." It was like, "No, this is what's necessary to send a message." But then when the other side does it, all of a sudden now it's a real first thing. So, and they were like, I think they were talking about this last night, like the implication that a bunch of angry people were going to storm the White House and take over the U.S. government is fucking ridiculous. Like it was never going to happen.
No way we're going to overthrow the government, especially we had no weapons. I mean, I'm not entirely sure you can take over the U.S. government without any weapons. So.
Yeah, exactly. And as if occupying the White House now means you're taking over the White House. Like,
exactly.
Hey, Drew, how do we hold we the people accountable? We the people.
I don't have an answer for that. Only we, the people? I mean, besides law and order.
Our
actually republic is built on the people, not we the government. So J6 was not us forming a government. It was the people speaking up for their government, saying that you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing by ensuring that our elections are free from corruption. So when people talk about J6, they talk about it in an entirely different long day. We don't know what this direction looks like. We've never had it in America. For us to go around thinking that J6 was us trying to overthrow the government, no, we were trying to tell the government that we the people do not like what happened with the election.
Oh yeah, I hear you on that. But so no, I even used to make the claim, the statement that even if they were trying to do an insurrection, that doesn't by definition make Trump responsible for that. Nor do I think it would have been successful or an actual threat to our democracy. Like again, occupying the White House does not mean you control it. That's not that's not real.
Exactly. By the way, Drew, are we a democracy? Are we a democracy?
Well, Representative Republican, pretty close.
And you are there to ensure our right, not to infringe upon them. Nothing that we have in America comes from government. And everything you see in America was not built by government. It was built by we the people. Everything. So it's very disingenuous for the left to keep saying democracy, 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 where most individuals in the United States actually are self-accountable to themselves versus the government getting involved. Yeah, the redlining was implemented, which is, again, government overreach. That means they violated the will of the people.
Yeah, when the January 6th thing for me is a little. I don't make a habit of telling people how to practice their rights. So to me, it's I mean, I think everyone would agree when it turned into a riot, it was unacceptable. The protest in and of itself, though, I can't critique that at all. That's just people expressing their First Amendment and expressing their grievance to the. Now, when we talk about hang my pets, when we talk about police officers getting injured, that's where all of a sudden we're crossing the line. But like I said, that it'd be hypocritical for Democrats to complain about that because when their side does anything that looks like it, they will find a way to justify.
Can we talk about the 200 FBI or FBI informants that were embedded in the crowd on January 6th? Can we talk about the blood on the Zachary Taylor bus? Can we talk about Jacob Chansley, who was escorted throughout the Capitol and yodeled in the Senate Hall and then received jail time? Or maybe Simone Gold, the white coat doctor who had the FBI burst into her apartment, take her into custody barefoot without her ability, her phone and keys, and then dismiss her from the police precinct barefoot without money and resources to find her way home. Can we talk about that? Because she gave a speech in sanctuary store in her home.
Oh, please do. No, actually, I think this is something that we need to come across the aisle and discuss all the time.
You have to unblock me, by the way, Monica.
I don't have to.
You better. Do you want to stay in the room or are you going to unblock me?
Don't do that.
She was. But I was going to say to her, we should come across the aisle on this. I actually, now, people call me conspiracy theorists for this, so there's a lot of videos that show it. I think a lot of the BLM riots that went bad were inflamed by enforcement agencies undercover. And they were like dressed up as what the fuck is that group called? The anti-virus. Antifa. I don't know why I went that name. Yeah, Antifa. So they were like, oh, it's just Antifa, but there was even like footage of people taking bricks out of police cars and placing them for people to grab. So it's like, I don't know. I think a lot of times this shit's being orchestrated to divide us further. But again, that's like my wild theories.
What do you think if it's proven? I think we're going to see some stuff here in the next couple of weeks. If the election was stolen, where does that put our country? Like, where do you feel? I think that makes us out that there was some funny business going on in the election. What would you say to that?
Honestly, it wouldn't shock me, and I think it would really rock the country because right now tensions are so thick between us, and that would be the worst and the last thing we need. I'm not gonna lie, I think both sides do it. I will be honest, I think Democrats are probably more savvy and sophisticated with it, only because, how do I put it? It's like, I think they're more tied into money interests. So, any way that technology or finances can converge, I do think that's changed recently, though. But I don't know. I just don't put anything up against how do I need to say it? I don't put anything past corrupt politicians or their benefactors. They'll do whatever it takes. So I'm not gonna lie. Connected to that point, I'm genuinely scared for the cohesion of this country because, like, I'm an actual political nerd, so like I just love policy. I love ideas. I just love talking about ways to solve problems. And I feel like we're getting into culture war territory. We're no longer having respectful discourse a lot of times. And it's almost like Democrats and Republicans now live in total different realities of ideas of what truth is.
Let me ask you, you're a policy guy. What are your top 3 policy issues?
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I was gonna ask the same question, Joe. Go ahead.
You're gonna hate me for this, but don't do wars. Okay, I love when Trump said don't do wars. So I'm really disappointed. And trust me, I get the nuclear concerns. I think there was other ways that, to be fair, even out in Trump's thought, I don't think Trump said it, Marco Rubio said it, that we had no intent on launching what's it called, a kinetic war. Like, there's other wars to do, other ways to do war without making it actually kinetic, until Israel said they were going to do it if we didn't do it first. That's what Rubio said. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but I trust Rubio, so I don't think he's lying. And it makes sense. Israel's been talking about doing it for like 40 years, so I just feel like there was better ways we could have ensured they didn't get a nuke, short of like, causing all this global chaos.
To me, it's like if you have to go in, if it gets to a point to where you have to go in and you actually do a proper invasion because they're getting dangerous and they're like on the cusp of actually getting a nuke and which they weren't really capable. And they have a vehicle system. It's like, okay, you do a proper invasion then I guess if you really, really have to. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like this was just fucking stupid. This is beyond fucking pointless.
Yeah, it could have been done so much better. And then, so protectionism, and then balancing the budget.
Before you move on this one, see, I know that we all say it could be kinetic or different things. Guys, for 47 years, I have friends that live in Israel. Do you know they've been living in terror for all
It's not into it. We're not
I don't care what you think. I don't really at all. I didn't say we were Israel, but Israel is our ally in the Middle East.
Fuck them. We don't go to war. We don't send our troops into a war and then have fallout.
But why are you yelling at me?
For their benefit. Like that is bullshit.
Why are you yelling at me?
So one thing I actually liked about Trump was when he said that we need to encourage more of our UN members and especially NATO members to take more responsibility for the world. Like we can't just keep deficit spending, having these military bases around the world, and playing fucking Captain Save America. Like what was that name of that hero? Captain Planet. You can't play Captain Planet, right? Like it's like because Democrats got so mad at him. I was like, he's right. What the fuck? Like, why are these NATO members aren't even meeting the threshold of what they're supposed to be contributing to various funds and military ratios of like soldiers ready at any time, et cetera, et cetera. And even those levels aren't, in my opinion, nearly as high as they should be. And so I think if we put more pressure on other nations to keep stability, just to keep stability, then we would be less expected to put so much of our budget on the line because, our deficit spending is getting out of control. Now, our military is not the only thing. I think, unfortunately, we probably have to roll back some of our social policies, like our Medicare and Social Security has to be reworked. I'm not saying get rid of it, but it has to be reworked. Like, it has to be. That's nothing Democrats don't want to hear. But protectionism, balancing the budget, I hate deficit spending, and reducing the interest on our debt as well. It's fucking insane. Like 15% of our discretionary spending, 15% is just paying the interest on our debt. That's unsustainable. And it's getting higher. That's one of the things I'm really mad at Trump about, is our inflation is out of fucking control. And, rightfully so, Biden was criticized for that, but it's not getting better. So it's like, and I blame Israel, not blame them as a country, but like their shit in Iran.
I blame them for a lot.
Well, because their shit in Iran is part of why it's about to blow up. Because now we're getting the candles getting burnt on both ends now. The cost of energy is going up, the cost of gas is going up, that's going to increase logistics. Oh my fucking god. At the same time, we're bleeding money in the desert. What? It's just.
Can I touch back on? So I wanted to touch back on Israel. So here's the thing: they say they're trying to destabilize the Middle East. However, let's not be fucking silly and pretend like Israel is not trying to fucking disrupt and basically destabilize the fucking Middle East. Yes, none of those countries like Israel. We know that. And what does Israel want to do? Destabilize them. The countries. I mean, you had countries that were. For the most part, people romanticize Lebanon as if it was a great place to be, but it was better than most places in the Middle East. But I mean, so what ends up happening to what was it? I forget how many hundreds of thousands of people they basically end up kicking out of the fucking country, even people that were not involved in attacking the Israelis. If they end up going to Jordan, fucking that place up. Then they go to Lebanon, permanently fuck that place up. We know that Syria, they're not our friends, but Israel's been doing everything they could to undermine Assad. They did it with Hussein. Yes, he's obviously a piece of shit. But, like, I don't know what it is with the boomer brain rot that so many Republicans have, where they act like they have this.
Hold on. I
didn't interrupt you. It's really weird. We just
Happy, first of all, you're not talking about over Rod when you don't have an elevator. You don't have an elevator, bro. You don't. You know nothing about it. Yeah, elevator. That means your thought process does not go that high. What you like to do is.
Okay, tell me why we should support Israel besides some bullshit fucking. Some bullshit anti-Christian, some anti-Christian, they're part of our empire.
Would you like to hear that? Or would you like to just talk?
But let me guess, they have the democracy. Oh my.
Oh my God, Peppy, it's so sad that you do not understand history at all. You know nothing about history.
Okay, tell me about the state that's existed since 1948 and what's so fucking important to America. This is all fucking propaganda.
Okay.
They were a great country before they ever fucking existed.
Hey,
I mean, this is stupid.
What are you talking about, Peppy?
America's 250 years old. What are you talking about?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so how can you be more powerful than Israel? How?
We have older friends that have been better friends than Israel, for sure.
Wow. Pepe, you just say some stuff just because you like stuff. It's so interesting, Pepe. Pepe, the Republic of the United States, we the people, 1776. Okay, Israel's been around 1,000 years before America was even thought of. If you're sitting around talking as though they became a nation in 1948, this is what I mean by your ignorance of the region. You don't know anything, bro. I'm sorry. You just like to talk.
What the most you know?
I'm not talking about Peter. I'm not Peter. Peter, do me a favor, Peter. Peter, do me a favor. Thanks. I'm not talking about Iran right now. I'm talking about the fact that I have people come on these apps talking about nations that they have very little knowledge about. Okay? For Pepe to say that America's been more powerful than Israel. Israel's been around 1,000 years, man. Over 1,000 years. So I have no clue where you get your understanding from. Okay? And Pepe, you gotta stop.
We're talking about the current nation state of Israel, not your fucking biblical fact land of Sodom. Like, this is bullshit.
Pepe, I can hear you loud and clear. Your belief system is not my belief system. You're correct. And you cannot deny someone else's belief system because you don't like it. You can't talk about the Jews.
Tell us how to our nation, how they have been a great ally and how we rely on them for a goddamn thing. They were, even after Reformation, they were irrelevant to us until the fucking 60s. More during the, when we were in the heat of the Cold War. This is retarded.
Pepe, I got it. Pepe, I'm asking you some questions. What truth do you hold to be self-evident?
The sky is blue and there's no clouds.
No, I'm asking that question again. Hold on. I'm asking Pepe a question. I'm asking that question again, Pepe. What truth do you hold to be self-evident?
There's a bunch of different truths out there.
I'm asking which one do you hold?
I can list off millions of them probably.
No, just give me one. Just give me one, Pepe.
I'm a male.
No,
what is your fucking point? What is the point of this exercise?
My point is, Pepe, you don't know our Constitution. You don't know our Bill of Rights. You don't know our Declaration of Independence.
Okay, so you're right. Okay, alright. We all need truths to be self-evident. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, so what? What the fuck does this have to do with Israel?
It has a lot to do with Israel, Pepe.
Okay, tell me what it has to do with Israel. Tell us why we need to have fucking exploding gas prices. We need to have basically just turmoil all over the fucking Middle East just for Israel. What is the fucking justification? Especially if we don't actually fucking solve it. Now what negotiating power does he have? None. The president has none.
Pepe, you know why we do this, Pepe? Because we all want to.
Because Israel talked us into doing it, and Trump's a fucking idiot.
We all want to come to Clubhouse and hear you yell like
He was always a loser.
You were the one who came on here with the positive claim that that Israelis have been terrified for the last 47 years. Yada yada yada. So fucking what? It's not our fucking problem. Do you know that there are people starving? There are people starving in Africa that are getting butchered by fucking. If we're going to send people, there's a bunch of other people who would rather fucking help than a first world country like Israel. Like, they can suck a fucking dick.
You're really wrong.
Yeah,
Israel is gay, man.
No, hold on, guys. It just shows you guys.
Senator Trump's overpriced.
To hear Pepe speak. He says nothing. Pepe.
You don't say anything. Say something profound about Israel, Forbes.
No one.
Wait, go ahead. Say something profound about Israel. I'd love to hear it.
Being serious, that big, you're playing a capital.
I'm going to tell you what's serious about Israel. Support the Republic of the United States of America. Do you understand that?
serve with us overseas. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah, by air. Yet our other not so great, our other allies that are not our greatest allies, they send their fucking sons and daughters to die with us in war. That's the fucking difference. And we've been doing it for hundreds of years with it. That's why it's so fucking offensive when we have to hear people say they're our greatest ally. No, because other countries have done it in blood. They paid in blood. And it goes back to our war of independence.
I'm gonna give you one more.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the oxen of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh, as your lidded woman bent upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince, priest, beast. And in his woman, called the scarlet woman, is all power given. They shall gather
Iran. And Iran is going to fall if it continues the way we're going with this embargo, with this, what do you call it, blockade. That's what I think is the result of this. So Trump is as wild and crazy as he is, he has figured out how to deal with barbaric enemies. Maybe it's because he understands the New York real estate / barbarian mindset.
I think he's like when Mark Levin called him an honorary Jew. I actually think that's right. And I'm not gonna, you look at who's close to him. His daughter, I think, was it 1 or 2 daughters? They're Jewish.
One.
And of course,
the brains of the operation. Well,
Jared obviously is a lot of it, but as my dad had pointed out, like to be like in Manhattan of all places and be a real estate mogul, I mean, it's like the most Jewish job ever.
And it's cutthroat as hell. And they're not distracted by a lot of fancy folks who always say they're Democrats. It's like either you come across or you don't. It's all about the bottom line. So he's not paying any attention to all the BS that Iran is giving. Either they give what he calls the nuclear stuff or they don't.
White Republican instead of Democrats.
But how do we enforce it? That's my whole issue. No, that's everybody. I think everybody in the right's issue with it is that, if you could just do that air campaign that you were doing and actually take him out of power, fine.
But we don't want to destroy the good Iranian people. It should be there.
Sure, but they're holding the fucking straight. How we see it is that they're holding the straight hostage.
They were holding the straight hostage. We blockaded their blockade. It's a brilliant move. Like, it's unavailable, and it doesn't cost anybody's life. It's a better way of making war.
But I mean, realistically, if they're flat, okay, Trump knows this because it's a very unpopular war by polling has showed that, and just after he invaded Iran or attacked Iran, his approval rating really started to tank. Now he knows that he's not going to have the support. It's going to really hurt his legacy and Republicans if we did put boots on the ground or anything. So like basically Iran's kind of seems like they're aware that we don't have any teeth, or we're not willing to use them at least. And so how do we actually stop them from fucking doing something with whatever nuclear material they already have?
The same way we've been doing it. We have complete penetration in terms of intelligence. We know when they're picking their nose. We're able to kill their supreme leader. There's no reason for any of that to change. We're watching them by satellite. This is a stalemate that we're going to lose, and it costs us very little, except for a slight increase in gas prices. And I should say, that could get worse. The dark side of what I'm saying, it's also possible that there's going to be an oil shock, and that shock could ripple through the economy. I'm just trying to be honest and clear. That could be an unintended consequence of what's going on.
But you don't think?
I hope it is.
But we can make life hard for them even, and economically starve that country. But at the end of the day, I can picture them being willing to basically.
You don't have to argue.
But I just don't.
We hear you clearly.
But I think they would be willing.
What do you think?
Cannot be something with potato. Potato will be founded in the country. They are staying until they are standing.
But the Iranian people are going to rise up and take over, aren't they, Peter?
Exactly. Mullah is waking up. They are going to be talking because people are disarmed. They are armed.
That's the questionable part. Well, I know that that's a long-term plan, but I haven't really seen any sign that they're going, at least since January.
Well, that's a recent time, but that's the big gamble, and I can't guarantee it, but that's whatever.
But I can also picture them, slaughtering 1 million of their own fucking people if they have to. I don't think they really. That's just. But you don't think they would?
Yes, they would.
Well, I know they're pieces like that. Nobody on the stage is trying to say that they're good people and that we all think they should be they shouldn't exist.
It's a worthy fight, right?
I don't think this was how you would do it. No, I think you would have to. The time could have come in the future where you would have to hit them really hard, including putting boots on the ground. But I think everybody's been kind of trying to avoid that. Even if we do a large scale invasion, we can't say that necessarily that what would be a result of it would actually be that much better. That's the reality. But it is kind of like a last option. We have been able to thwart their ability to I mean, if we never would have attacked their nuclear production capabilities, they would have had a nuke a long time ago.
I think so.
I think there would be uprising in this country. We could be like another old George Floyd. So I think Trump is very smart not to put boots on the ground.
Oh yeah, well, I know that. It's not. That would be so unpopular.
So it's very clever for him to do this, right?
Well, I don't know. Can he actually get the weapons into the country? That's the other thing. I know he tried to arm the Kurds in Iraq, and they just kept the fucking guns. Ammo.
Not fairness, we have betrayed them.
You know that better than me. Those girls. That was nothing.
That's choice. We almost never. Yeah, he's Iranian. That was in Germany.
And he's on our side.
Yeah. But nobody understands him 90% of the time. He's their cool friend.
It's the worst fucking idea to arm the civilians when you do that.
For example, municipal authority over the capital.
You're gonna bring the country backwards in 10 to 20 years. What's the worst done thing regime? A lot of weapons on the streets. There's gonna be no gangster strike. They're gonna fight for power. There's gonna be unrest in the streets. It's gonna be fucked up over there. We don't want a bloodbath civil war, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
But we need to dissolve water. We dissolve water.
Did you ever see Russia in the 90s?
Okay, but what happened to Russia, though, I'm not somebody to ever side with Putin, but he did say that the fashion in which the dissolution of the Soviet Union was a catastrophe. It kind of was. I mean, they basically told all of these. I forget what they did with those vouchers, and then they started selling them, and then the amount of immediate corruption where they were selling, big industries to whatever bidders, and then you ended up having this oligarch almost immediately.
Oh, no. So that's bargaining. They were selling them off to people, and there were gangsters that were coming, fucking, and the owners were putting them in a room. But these other gangsters, these guys that have some money to acquire these facilities, these plants and everything that the government was collecting cash on. And then these gangsters came and they made them sign papers to sign over the company because they had the weapons, they had the grenades, they were fucking Russia in the 90s was a wild.
No, they had murders everywhere. And when we hear about the Russian mob, that is, what is it, like Huntington Beach or I forget where in New York? Brighton Beach.
These were those motherfuckers in the 90s. Now they're sitting in nice little clothing and all-star and wearing David Europeans and everything else. British wear fucking leather jackets and walk around and be over a fucking grenade in the sound state. You're gonna sign or you're gonna fucking blow up right now.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. You exportate of Russian, it becomes Russian mob, Russian mass crime.
There was nothing around because it was like a flip-flop. It was a transition of governments from it was the USSR and it was now becoming these other regions, and they're trying to establish government. And then
this is exactly what happened in Iraq. If you have civilians guns, you're going to get that country back.
I don't know that that's necessarily the case at all.
I guarantee you, exactly.
But here's the difference, though. Because Russia was a place where, Soviet Union was a place where, it's my understanding, everybody did whatever they could to skim from the top. That's how people got by. And so, like, you had people that, in a weird way, Russians were extremely shrewd people, but however they could get an edge or profit from something, they were very keen on how to do it. Because it was hard to survive in the Soviet Union. I am aware, like, you ended up having gangsters that ended up getting a hold of, their military weapons. And they were and they were selling them to, criminal networks all over the world. Yeah.
Iranians are exactly the same.
I don't think it, but
they were both oppressed for many years. They're all hungry.
How do you know Iranians? Who do you think you are? There is not much information. Sounds like some kind of assurance that you might know something. This might
I think them having weapons would be a problem, like with any group, but I don't think that I'm just going to be honest with you. I have a hunch that they're not going to be, and no offense, nearly as criminal as the Russians were.
I guarantee you. You know why? Because after everything was in the beginning, they're all going to be playing for the same cause. After it's done, they're all going to start tasting it. There's a lot of hungry people. They say, trust me, personalities change.
don't worry. They are easier. Right, it will be harder than for them.
The mentality of the people from the East, where they come, they're hustler type of mentalities. It's flea market kind of marketing. They're always hustling.
The main concern was energy.
It's gonna be a shit show.
But didn't you guys already had like the Soviet Union? You guys already had like even during the Soviet. Okay, so but in the Soviet Union, even during that time, which is kind of hard to think of, it's my understanding that you did have gangs were still fairly prevalent.
In fact, Iran is operating right now till today while the different power. It is like the Soviet Union. They're looking up the break right now. To break up like the Soviet Union for the government to stop fucking the tourists. So the government will control businesses, everything, and so on. Yeah. So this is exactly how Soviet Union looks. They're looking.
Yes. You, like basically how your standing with the party was going to dictate your what you were allowed to do, what kind of jobs you could do.
It's not the party. It's his own law.
Yes, but you have to be in his good grade early to
survive the time. But you understand where it comes from. It's gonna be
yes.
It's gonna be a big shit show. It's good to talk for it, but it's gonna destabilize the country with inside. And what are they gonna have a strong enough leader after the fucking rules like on the matter but everybody got to take something like to put that country back.
I'm just gonna have to be racist and come around with it and say it. Okay, the Russians are kind of act like monkeys. They always have in comparison to Persians. They're a more dumb, more criminal, more violent group of brutes. I just have a. I mean, even in Russia today, despite them, I don't want to be more racist, but they have a lot more violent crime and problems than our country.
More violent crimes.
Their murder rate is more than it's historically always been more than double that in the United States.
Okay. What's the murder rate? I don't know. What's the murder rate?
I believe it's like 10 or 11 per. It's fluctuated between like 10 and 15 per 100,000.
Versus. Let's see.
Ukraine historically has always also been much higher than the United States.
It's a slow.
they have like tuberculosis like through the fucking roof. They have like all of these problems you would only really generally see in third world countries.
So the rate is 5.7 to 6.0 oversights per 100,000, and the gross rate is 6.0 to 7 to the same year.
Oh, okay, all right. Look at story. I understand in a war right now,
but no, this is not the rate of war. This is
I'm saying like they also are sending a lot out there young, probably poorer criminal types to fight in the war, so they're probably not nearly as prevalent out on the streets.
Pepe is right. If you look at like 2010 or 2012, the rate is like 25.
Yeah, they've historically always had a much higher murder rate. The reason I'm saying that, particularly with Russia, is we know Russia's, when they get conscripts, they go about it quite a bit differently. Now, all countries go for their young males, but they deliberately go after the poor people, especially if you're ethnic and poor, and of course they release criminals, from jails and say, hey, you want to fight on the front lines, or that's so basically these people are going to go out and re-offend. They're going to get fucking killed in battle, basically. And so you're going to have artificially low numbers of people that are, or I should say, young male criminals, which are the ones who generally commit the overwhelming majority of homicides. I didn't realize this until a few years ago, but if you look at Russia, like a lot of their biggest cities, a lot of us think of Russians as like these Slavic people, but like so many of their big cities have the fuck do you call those people? There's so many different ethnic groups. I had no idea what they were, but they're Western, Central Asian, and like there is some Caucasus.
From the Caucasus Mountains, Georgia.
There's the people from the Caucasus, and then you have like, is it Tartar? And then you have like the more
the Asian.
yeah.
You have Mongols and the Tatars, Uzbekistan. A lot of those.
But it's a much more diverse country than I think most people would think. Looking at the demographics. It's in Asia and Europe.
Yes, Pepe, hello. I'm from Russia and I'm Slavic. I'm sorry, but Repi is not Slavic, so that's why.
I know he's Jewish.
No, he's not Jewish. He's not. Repi, not Jewish. He's from Russia, but he is not Slavic.
I didn't say he wasn't Slavic. I said he was a fucking Jew.
No, he's not fucking Jew.
What?
He's not a fucking Jew, he's someone else.
No, Ralphie is definitely a Jew. I've talked to him a bunch of times. He's always in the Jew rooms talking to Jewish people. I'm pretty sure he would have been found out and called out by now. So.
Really? Okay, maybe my mistake, but I'm.
Ralphie's not Jewish?
Maybe a Russian. Yes, I think so. Randy is not Jewish. She's Caucasian, Caucasian. Like someone Asian, Caucasian, not Slavic, but Caucasian.
Are you talking about me?
No, Randy. Not Randy. I'm the only one Randy. It's not about
Wait, Ralphie, are you Jewish? Yes or no? Just put it to Ralphie.
I'm a Russian.
Yeah, he's a Jew.
He's not Russian Jew. He's like. Is that illegal? No, you're not a Russian Jew. You're Caucasian. Caucasian. I'm not Caucasian. You're Caucasian.
Yeah, I don't really. Okay, I don't know why.
It's nothing. I don't know why he's Russian. Why am I? Sorry, Rafi, I'm confused, but you're not, of course, you're not Jewish, you're Caucasian. I'm Slavic, I'm from Russia, I can prove it, you know. No, I wouldn't like to. No, I'm not telling you that you are not Russian. You are Russian, but you are not Slavic, like Pepe said before. There's.
I never said that the Jews are ethnically not Slavic.
No, because he thinks, you see, because I'm darker skin color, he thinks I'm not Russian, like from the region. He thinks I'm more like from the Caucasus Mountains, like Georgia, Azeri, Armenians. They're more from those, is where they're more darker colored.
I thought you were like pale skin.
I'm actually my skin color than you are. Yes, see, I am, but I am Russian.
Oh my gosh, Rafi, I'd like you even more now.
I mean, I don't get it. Do you ever see like a picture? He's actually a really good look. Netanyahu, I'm not a fan, but you know, there is a picture of him like he's like
Great correction.
amazing.
You are.
Amazing. Okay, thank you, Peter. Okay, thank you, Peter. But there is a picture of like, you know, Netanyahu when he was younger, and he's like holding up this, I think it was an Uzi, and it was just like, dude, that dude looks like he could be like a supermodel or some shit. Like, whoa. And he kind of looks badass because he's like carrying a fucking, and he was a special forces guy, you know, so he was kind of badass. But, you know, but he, you know what I think is really funny is people say like, oh, that fucking Polak poor thing is a Jew, is a Middle Eastern. I'm sorry, dude, but like looking at Polish people, I don't see anybody with those fucking eyebrows and nose and that those beady black eyes. I mean, that is like looks like a fucking Jew. I'm just being realistic, and so I don't know, like the ethnic Jews in Europe. Hitler was right about this. They are racial horrors. They literally are. They're part of a diaspora. And yes, they do have different looking. Why do you think he's not a Muslim?
He is a Muslim. He is a Russian Muslim. You know, he can't do it.
Dude, I don't want to send you to the audience. There's a reason why they get made fun of in Central Europe and Eastern Europe for having big fucking nose and fucked up hair. Because those traits are not common in those parts of Europe.
The traits are not common. That's weird. Yeah.
Go away. I spoke to you Russian. You better respond one word. What are you? Okay, you're gonna speak with me in Russian, so you wanna prove me that I'm Russian? Я, блядь, могу говорить по-русски, ебаный твой чеченский рот, блядь. Теперь ты понимаешь, что я русский? No, you're not. You fucking from Chechnya, right? You're from Chechnya.
I'm just curious if this guy can't speak Russian. I'm wondering, are you one of these? Are we? Be a Chechen or Dan?
Yes, you don't look like a Slavic, you know. You're.
Was doing like we were reviewing his upcoming manuscript where he's going to be defending external world functionalism, which is like a new version of functionalism, which I'm pretty sympathetic to after reading what he wrote.
Yeah, I thought you guys were on silent mode. There was a moment of silence for the attacking side, Israel. They need to get more accounts. Seriously, man. We're all watching videos. Let me ask you guys this, okay? Let's try this. So, when Iran was attacking Israel, let's say they would have killed thousands of Israelis. You know, these tiny, chubby, all, some are ugly, some are good looking, you know, tall, short, these tiny, you know, Jews, like thousands of them. Do you think that would have been a problem there? Do you think it would have been a problem? Instead of killing 30 or 40 of them. Do you think that would have been a problem?
I missed the first part of the question.
The whole question is, if, you know when Iran was attacking Israel, right? And going back and forth, okay? And I just say, they only killed like 40 people, okay? 30, 40 people in Israel. Now, let's say if they were to kill these tiny, small, big, fat, chubby, baldy, you know, white, brown, black, you know, Jews, right? Would it be a problem? I mean, would they put the blame on the would they claim it like genocide? It's genocide of Jews.
Probably not.
It would have been justified, right?
But what Iran just.
Yeah, if Iran was when Iran, I guess you're not getting the question is, would they have taken it out of context and called it a genocide of Jews? Like if Iran attacked and they ended up killing 5,000 Jews, or 2,000 Jews, or 5,000 Jews. Because they did. These motherfuckers, they killed almost 2,000 to 3,000 Iranians.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're going to accuse Iran of anything they can accuse Iran of. Like, whether they're not going to let the facts get in the way of their accusations. So,
but would they have called it genocide?
Israel?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if one person died, they would call it genocide. If one rocket, Hezbollah launched rockets, okay? These rockets fell into fields, empty fields.
What are you gonna do with
Maybe
it?
the odd rocket is in a car or something, okay?
It's all live.
And they're all scrambling, saying these
Yeah.
guys want to erase us. So you don't even have to kill someone.
Hello?
Accused of genocide.
Hi, it's me. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing? I just cooked a steak.
Is that thing going to say on YouTube live or is it going to go over?
It's live, but it's like the audio is bad. You know, you can't really. He doesn't have to. He does it every day. He does it all day. Like it's not like one little tidbit. I mean, I was recording him for months. I've reported him to Cash Patel a gazillion times. Nobody cares. You know.
They do care.
But he's organized. I mean, how can you do that in America? Organize terrorist promotion? Like it's against the law. He does terrorist promotion 24/7 on a public app. Like, and in UK they arrest people for saying little tiny things, posting a meme, and we can't get this motherfucker shut down. Jesus, fucking, there is no power. We have no power. You know, we've got Shmuley Bateach roasting his former friend, what's his face, Cory Booker, who has always been a piece of shit.
All right. Thanks for letting me know.
And Pepe is a joke. What a mental midget retard. I mean, poor thing fell out of the nest when he was just like a little baby, I guess. Anyways, all right.
All right, there's a cute girl calling me. I'm gonna go.
Rabboni Shalom. Peace.
They chubby, you know, moronic, fucking Zionist terrorist Jews inside Israel. Would they have taken it out of context, and would that have? Like now.
Right now, get 4 phones for $0.
We're just sending out drones, did we kill anybody? What did Hezbollah do? You know, they were putting it, they were brushing it off as like, oh, Shias are not capable of doing this, and they're just doing it for the show. You see what I'm saying? I was just thinking about if
Okay, this is Elon Musk. He goes by Adrian Dittman on X Spaces, but this is 100%.
The username is cracking me up, man.
Second finish to build an S120 NVFP4 BF16 kernel. What? Why does it take that long? Oh, because we're sweeping the
This is it.
I see.
Still, that's a little strange. Bro, what the fuck are you doing? Are you playing like a fucking retard? It's funny, man. Why are you playing like a retard? It's because I am one. He's playing like a retard, so I'm responding like a retard too. Right? Like,
That's kind of the point.
all of these moves that I'm making are literally worse for me, but he's also like doing such bad moves.
This is
And
Elon
I'm like,
Musk.
you know what, fuck it, I can afford it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. Yeah, I'm just being retarded right now. It's funny.
Bro, what the fuck are you doing?
There you go. I'll take yours. You take mine.
This is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman on a Saturday night, giggling like a schoolgirl.
This is, oh man. I have never seen anyone play this badly.
I'm just doing dumb shit right now. I just don't care at all.
I know what you're gonna do next, too.
I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I literally have no idea what I'm doing.
This is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman on X Spaces. This is his burner account, head name Adrian Dittman. He's playing a video game, laughing like a little schoolgirl on a Saturday night.
Oh, this is an extra retarded. I don't take this seriously at all. I'm not taking this seriously. Yeah, I'm just gonna make more mistakes now. Yep. I intentionally play retarded now. What's the dumbest thing I could possibly do?
This is Elon Musk on a Saturday night playing video games.
Oh man, that's insane.
I am gonna prolong the fuck out of this, by the way.
Okay. I don't even know where I'm gonna move. I literally have no idea. Where can I even go? I can't go anywhere. That's right.
This is Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk, on a Saturday night playing video games with a bunch of R words, giggling and laughing like a little schoolgirl.
Oh, actually, I have no idea. You can move. Okay, yeah, you can move there. There we go.
Go anywhere.
Alright, here's another queen for you.
Wow.
Okay, this is Elon Musk. He goes by Adrian Dittman on X Spaces, but this is 100%. You get to have several queens. If you make the right moves, you get to several queens.
Yeah, so
Here's a king unlimited in steps, and the queen walks all over again.
I'm just gonna do extremely stupid shit. Yeah, fuck it. Here we go.
It's over, Gene.
No, don't shoot!
What's your find down? No one can stop.
It's over, Gene.
You know, that's kind of the point.
We don't just talk endlessly.
Nobody can talk about like what you're doing. It's like it's kind of
Not bad. Some of these houses.
what do I do here?
If you're a small content creator,
Fuck it.
ain't nobody gonna tell you.
What do we do now?
Okay, so now we're getting to something interesting. Training.
This is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman, on a Saturday night.
That is actually crazy. I'm like not even thinking.
The best place to be.
I just thought I'd try it. I was like, hey, I want to do something really stupid right now. Oh, man.
This is Elon Musk, aka
Oh, that's pretty
Adrian
good, actually.
Dittman, on X
Yeah,
Spaces.
it's called Pen.
He's like an R-word autistic loser who plays
I was
video
gonna say
games
something
all
really fucked
day with a group of R-word. It's pathetic. This is Elon Musk, aka
Interesting. Okay. Neat. That is pretty good. Fuck it. It's tax full time.
Bruh.
It's
actually a pretty good movie right there.
It's
It's
tax
not.
full.
It really isn't.
You know what?
This is Elon Musk on a Saturday
What the fuck
night.
are you doing?
He goes by the name Adrian Dittman. He's talking about tax fraud.
It was actually pretty good as a fork.
Wait, whose move is it? Is it your move?
That's my move.
Yeah, you gotta move the king or something else you can do.
I can actually do something, but I'm considering if I should.
Yeah,
I'll just move the king. Fuck it.
I'm just saying that's nice position. That's nice. Okay.
Bruh.
Huh? That doesn't make any sense.
How so?
I don't know. I did not think that you were going to do that. That's weird. Huh. Interesting. Okay.
Pretty even game. It's like, it's pretty good. Bruh. What do you mean even game?
He's not taking this seriously. I'm not taking this seriously either.
Lies. If you think this is an even game, you need to get better at chess.
He still come back from this. She plays like me. It's boring as fuck. It's like, oh, I gotta dominate the opposition. You realize, like, I don't even think right now. I'm just, like, doing market reason. Just, like, not thinking about this at all.
This is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman on X Spaces.
Interesting. So when I use insanely large shapes on this map, I'm getting 88% speed of light utilization.
This is his autistic video gaming crew, alias the retard.
When I use a very realistic shape using modern models today, I only get 73%.
Elliot, no one cares.
Bro, how long are you waiting, man?
I know, it's your turn.
Oh, it's my turn! Oh, I didn't fucking know! My god, I'm sorry!
That's like a 300 T-flops difference, man. Fuck.
I didn't even notice you made a move. Ooh, nice.
This is Elon Musk with his crew of R-words on a Saturday night playing video games. Many people don't know this, but this is actually Elon Musk live every Friday, Saturday night on X Spaces.
Notice you made a move. This is a very low utility.
This is Elon Musk. YouTube alert. This is Elon Musk's live stream.
Oh, nice.
On a Saturday night, he's playing video games with a bunch of artistic R-words, and he himself is pathetic. Plays video games all day long. Elon Musk live on X Spaces. Adrian Dittman.
Are you doing neurotic today? Huh? Are you doing neurotic today? Noetic, am I doing neurotic? By the way, you're fucked. How am I fucked? Are you? You'll know. You'll realize soon enough. Uh-oh. I think you're gonna be fucked. Bye-bye. Oh, no. Yeah, I know. You were gonna take the tower. This is all news to me. Okay. Bruh. What? He's like, here's the most retarded move I could make. Exactly. I take that shit. It's technically a mistake on my part, but that's the whole point. Who cares? Why are you like advancing back there? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Don't worry about it. It just like is maximally confusing. I guess. He's gonna take the one on the left, anyways.
This is Elon Musk live on X Spaces. He goes by the name Adrian Dittman. He plays video games.
It's a really interesting setup, isn't it?
It's come down to the last couple of pieces on the board here.
He's gonna take the one. Yeah.
He's got the bishop, Adrian's got the Howard's got the bishop, Adrian's got the the horse.
I'm like chunking myself in here. I'm actually not worried about that. Ah, good one.
YouTube alert. This is Elon Musk as Adrian Dittman on X Spaces. He goes live every Friday, Saturday night underneath the name Adrian Dittman. Right now, he's playing chess with a bunch of R-words. The richest man in the world playing video games on a Saturday night.
Loose ends, remember? I'm just doing loose ends.
It's not bad, not bad.
Nice. Nice. Oh my god, all of these moves that I'm making. I'm sorry, Steve.
He's just like, oh, let me debug and like change like a real quick thing, and it just optimized like an extremely fast decode acting world. There's like no reasoning to do. It's just like, oh yeah, obviously.
It's a draw. That's what you guys see.
That's so funny, man.
There's a couple good moves there, like.
Back and forth.
It was a draw.
fair, we were both playing like retards. Yeah, that's the whole point. I think it's funny as shit to play like an idiot. Nah, fuck it.
Bruh!
You know what, fuck it. I'm not supposed to do this, but fuck it. That's the whole point, isn't it?
This is Elon Musk,
Yeah, fuck it.
the richest man on earth, playing video games with a bunch of autistic R words on a Saturday night. It's pathetic.
I don't care. Yoink. That was good. That was good. That was good. I like that. That was really good. Yeah, that was good. That was good. Yeah, both quits and coats. That was fucking funny. Like, the way we yoinked each other's shit there was really fucking funny. Alright, I'm gonna jump off. You get some Alright, man. What on earth is this going to amount to? This makes no sense. Anyways, fuck it here. Existential crisis. Here you go, fight it.
This is Elon Musk and his group of autistic R words on a Saturday night playing chess,
Yeah.
giggling like schoolgirls, richest man on
This
earth.
is understandable.
It's pathetic.
It's understandable I did this shit. So discussion.
Guys, I might get Grok Mode for free.
Okay.
I might get Grok Mode for free. They're asking for me in Turbo. Let's go.
Bruh.
I love XAI. Dude, XAI is the best company. Like, why wouldn't you work about that, dude? You just don't get it. Space X Pro, X Howard, straight up. Fast favorite sleep. Friends with Jensen Pro. Like, life is good. Just the only thing.
This is Elon Musk's live space with Elliot, an XAI employee.
Why are we at that level percent energy?
They're playing chess. It's pathetic.
Chess. You guys ever for me to understand what the data center utilization tournament means?
No.
I appreciate your feedback.
I appreciate your feedback. Oh, man.
To anything I say, I will just be like, no, you're gay. And I'll be like, thanks, you're really supportive.
I am. I'm the most supportive friend you'll ever have.
This is actually true.
This is the Elon Musk X space.
Actually, my sister might be just as blunt as Anna, but that's about it. Every day my sister's like, you never go outside, you never touch grass, get your shit together, you don't clean up. I'm like, you're right. But you know, but on this app, people perceive me differently, bro. People don't know who I am in real life. You don't want to know who I am in real life. I'm just kidding. I'm pretty chill. I'm chill living. Sometimes
You may as well just be speechless, man.
Sometimes.
God damn it.
That's the point. I was like, I don't know. You did that shit to me. I was like, oh, interesting. New trick learned.
Well, I have a blanket. Do you want to cuddle?
What? I ain't gay. The fuck is this? Like, we're playing here and the gay commentary is coming in.
This is Elon Musk on Saturday night.
Monster slippers are becoming more nefarious by the
Does
moment.
anyone want a cuddle, dude? Does anyone want a cuddle? I'm pretty cold, dude.
None of us are gay.
What's your Asian DF? Which is not your DF. Here's your texture.
Wow, cooked.
I love that he's got the most monotone Conti comments.
Yeah, man.
Monotone Conti comments. This is Social Audio live on X Spaces with Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, on a Saturday Night Live.
6 hours together, man. It was great, yeah. Enjoyed it.
The fact that you did that, like, that is interesting.
I told her that I require her to birth 10 children for me. She seems to have. No, I didn't say that.
This is Elon Musk's group.
The day will come.
Saturday night, richest man on earth, talking R words, playing video games. It's pathetic.
Yeah, dude. Anyways, I'm gonna keep the rest of it not in a 200 person Steam space.
Nice. Ah, that's a good one, actually. That's good. That's really good.
Gonna go to Tim Hortons together?
Dude, we did. We did go to Tim Hortons, and I'm staying now. We went to Tim Hortons, and I got her an ice cap, and she had like a quarter of it, and was like, "This is too much sugar." I was like, "God damn, respect."
Yeah, that's
Thank you for not drinking all that. Dude, I get her like sometimes like food like calories. She's like, "No, I'm not finishing." Hell yeah, dude, this is perfect.
Alright, it's fine.
This is Saturday Night Live with Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman. It's his burner account on X Spaces. This is a live audio stream.
We went through. Did I say earlier? We went through, and I taught her like Nano GPT and Flash Tension in 90 minutes. This is
Oh yeah.
So here's what a token is. You know, I had a Jupyter notebook rolled up with all diagrams and stuff. Walk through it.
Nice.
This is a funny post from a French person. Single men who live alone without a wife or girlfriend. What do you do in the evenings when you're alone in your apartment? One comment is, I trash talk the noobs on League of Legends. It's what they deserve. One said, I stare at the ceiling every day, 24/24. I don't know what that means. That's cursed. This guy said Skyrim. This guy says jerking off, playing COD for 8 hours, and I'm eating sometimes all three at the same time. I'm listening. These are funny comments, dude. I don't know. I think I stopped liking a bunch of posts. I just started like scrolling without liking anything. And now X algorithm is just like, oh, you're a normie. We're gonna feed you slop that's like 15 IQ. Watch below you. Now it's just like slop. It's all these crushing videos of like hydraulic presses and shit. I'm like, no. Get this away. Yeah. Dude, you know it's over for you when the hydraulic press videos are showing up.
That is true, yeah.
I've seen those ones. I've seen those in a very long fucking time.
Yeah. Big.
Time traveler. Is this World War I or II? The soldiers in World War I.
Ooh,
Get rid of the
yeah,
slop
I'm
on
really
the feet.
on the thing. If he can actually take him out.
I'm just like doing random shit at this moment.
Yeah.
Like, I know that this is going to be a reach around thing where like my shit comes out, but like, yeah.
This is Elon Musk on a Saturday night. He goes live on X Spaces by the name Adrian Dittman. They're playing chess.
Position.
What?
What the fuck are they doing with that castle up there? How?
You mean no rook? Fuck it. Oh, you're right. That's right. I can't do that. And that would lead to that, and this one would lead to the other thing, which would then lead back to that thing, doing that thing with the other thing. Fuck it.
This is Elon Musk live on a Saturday night. Richest man in the world playing video games with a bunch of R words. Giggling like an R word, like a child.
Oh man, you had the opportunity to do the funniest thing and you didn't do it. That's unfortunate.
This is Elon Musk on a Saturday night. playing video games with a bunch of autistic R words. An X space is where he goes live underneath the name Adrian Dittman.
Damn. I see what the deal, man.
Oh. Oh yeah, that's
Like
right.
Claude's final report to me is like where the slop lives now. MD.
I fucking tax fraud.
Where is the slop coming from? MD.
It's not where the slop is coming from, rather where it is going to be
I
going.
fucking hate software.md. Look, you just append .md to anything. It sounds funny.
This isn't Elon
You know,
Musk.
there's going to be a whole ass fucking essay inside that MD.
It's the richest man on earth, Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk, wasting his time at a Saturday night with R words.
Let him use all, bro. You better watch out. You better watch your token spend, bro. Miles gonna go crazy.
Tokens, little bro.
Tokens.
Oh yeah, you figured out that that'll happen, but
Oh yeah, by the way, the reset Sachibo, because OpenAI did a great performance. They reset randomness today. It's not relevant to really anyone, but just yeah. It's relevant to me because now my subscription utilization. Wait, what? Yeah, I need to burn more tokens. Oh fuck yeah! So in the last 30 days, I've used 3 billion Codex tokens and 3.5 billion Claude tokens. So like,
this is the most fucked. Like this is the most fucked setup here, like in the entire.
And we can do more. Did you see Pete Steinberg? One guy we're doing even Claude. He's burning 600 billion tokens every month. He's costing OpenAI $1.3 million a month in GPU costs just from his fucking token burn.
Adrian turned the game around.
Yeah, with a cushy up next to it or whatever the fuck that
Like,
is.
imagine being so autistic that you are burning.
This is the most rage like match I've ever seen in my life.
I know.
This is just so stupid.
Yeah, it is.
Imagine sitting at your terminal every waking hour so obsessively that you're burning hundreds of thousands of dollars in electricity every month just from GPUs. Like, that's gotta be so fun.
This is Elon Musk live on X Spaces. He goes by the name Adrian Dittman. They're playing video games.
You got like 3
They
pieces.
do this every Saturday night. It's pathetic. Elon Musk is a loser.
Having a higher electricity bill is now a flex.
What is that fucking sound? What is that shit? Who's doing that?
Listen, you're off mute.
He's using chopsticks.
Oh!
This is Elon Musk live on a Saturday
What?
night.
Oh yeah, I know I can do this.
It's pathetic. He does this every Saturday night. Elon
You know what?
Musk.
Fuck it.
Came down to like.
That was a good one. I'm gonna make some steak now. That was a good one. That was funny as fuck. I'm like, this is so fucking hilarious, man.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, interesting.
What was this even like? What were we even doing, man? Like,
This is Elon Musk live on a Saturday night.
It's stupid.
Plays video games and talks to a bunch of R words. They giggle like schoolgirls. He cooks buttered steak. He burps. It's so stupid. Elon Musk is a loser.
Okay. What are you doing? Oh fuck! I accidentally rejected. My bad. You gotta still like send that again.
I don't feel like playing right now.
Yeah, Wizard, you're gonna have to try that again. I didn't. Does he even allow you to do that after you do it once?
I've learned and I think the world right now is looking for kind of a line, John, of how you are connecting there from what we were talking about? Like, how did it? I want you.
Alright, we're gonna shut down the space. We're gonna go to the Discord server, everybody. Yeah. Alright, go over to the. Yeah, everybody go over to the Discord server. We're gonna do the session in there now. Yeah, I'm gonna cook some steak and do a whole bunch of other things. Alright, see you guys. See you guys next week. Actually, no. We're gonna likely see you all a little sooner with something really, really interesting that might be happening either later this week or later next week. We're gonna see what happens. Either way, it should be interesting. I'll see you guys in the Discord server.
Going to Discord because I know I'm recording.
The pinned post is on my profile, by the way. That's the pinned post in the profile. Go check it out if you guys are later. That's where the link is. Alright, see you guys.
The line, John, of how you are connecting there from what we were talking about. Like, how did it? How did you get from 1 to 2?
Oh, just based on what I heard you two talking. Wendy went for a while, you went for a while, and I didn't know I had to follow some type of programming schedule or format for you. So I apologize if it's a strong juxtaposition.
Yeah, I think that.
The roast isn't good. They kicked me. They could come up.
The line, John, of how you are connecting there from what we were talking about. Like, how did it?
We're in Castelli trying the most famous sandwich in New York.
You know you be eating the best pastrami on the wall?
You walk in, get handed a ticket that's $50 if you lose it. Head up to one of the 8 counters with cutters who've been cutting there for a year. They are absolutely just cutting up all this meat right in front of you. They tip them. They actually give you some more meat on the side, so make sure to tip the boy. They have this corner of pastrami where they throw it on the table, just dice it up a million miles per hour. You end up getting an entire brisket, cheese, mustard, and a side of bread for $35. Not a lot of people stack the pastrami and the corned beef, but I only had one chance, so I had to try it. This thing looks insane.
Either later this week or later next week. We're gonna see what happens. Either way, it should be interesting. What were we even doing, man?
Swung back to game. Elon Musk.
Thousands of dollars in electricity.
Thousands of dollars in electricity every month just from choo-choos. Thousands of dollars.
Insurance kind of have a theme, and I think the theme of this is more in line with the topic. So I think like later on having a
Why do you post every day?
Thousands of dollars in
back somebody. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna sit here and play games, and it just shows just how political the theater this is for some people. Like this guy voted to convict Trump. I mean, that's literally Trump is your leader of your party. Like, what is going on in this place? Like, I don't know. I just think this seems a little bit crazy, a little bit nutty. And I think everything in this and their joke is, to me, in 2026, that might have worked in 1994, 1998, whatever, jockeying around like that. But I think nowadays, I think everybody can see what's going on. And that's how you kill off kind of what Pepe was saying, these neocons. And yes, the rhinos. I think eventually they'll just have a dying breed. These guys will just be run off. And I'm not saying MAGA is perfect either. I mean, we might see our end too soon, and something else will take its place. But what we do know is just what I said. I don't think these folks have any. In my opinion, they don't have any future. I'm just gonna say it. I don't really care. So at least for me,
I think MAGA dies with Trump, and to all of the people, and a lot of you probably noticed this, a lot of the quote unquote based right wingers, the people that have these edgy stances on, you know, even the shit I will talk about, where I get thoroughly annoyed, you know, with, you know, our allyship with certain countries. And the reality is, though, that the amount of infighting and toxicity and just like, the group thing, and kind of see, that's where I could, like, when Nav was talking about Massey and Joe, he kind of echoed the same opinion. I do see a lot of that, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is a very interesting example. She is somebody who I thought was like, why do we have this lot lizard looking bitch that looks like a recovering meth addict, running for Congress, and she's like super MAGA? Like, ew, get this dirty fucking whore off the screen. Like, she's white trash. I don't care what she has to say. And yet, it's kind of interesting. Once you can kind of like get the clout by going against Trump, and one of the things that's most annoying about like the whole Epstein bullshit is like this is something that's realistic. Is that you had the retards of society that always believed in this. There are these elites that are doing blood rituals, and they're drinking the children's blood and raping the children and doing all whatever. And like when it comes to the Epstein shit, it's just like, okay, this is retarded. We kind of get the breadth of what this pervert did, and you guys want to make it like there's a global conspiracy somehow by uncovering all of this. We'll see a global conspiracy where all of life's problems will be fucking figured out. We'll see it'll uncover all of the power structures. Throughout the world. No, this is fucking retarded. This is retard bait. Now, I am somebody who to be fair, Trump did say that he was going to release the files, and when you have a bunch of retarded morons who he promised a retard something, and he's not going to forget. He's going to chimp out, and just let him see it. But he didn't release them, and that's fucking annoying. So I had no problem with Massey kind of calling him out for that, or Marjorie Taylor Greene. But at the end of the day, like I do think they had their own. I do have to question like their actual motives. Like I think they were clout chasing off of it, just like they did under in 2016 when it was edgy to follow Trump. But dude, there's so much toxicity in the Republican Party. I mean, and honestly, I don't even know if we're going to have a base left after Trump gets out of office. Like, I don't know. You have the populist right, the neocons, people that are further to the right, but not crazy. And then, of course, more like libertarian-minded right-wingers. And like, who's actually going to lead the party? Like, I have no fucking idea.
A 40% of the population base for the Republican Party is pretty easy to achieve. I don't see that going away. Where the Republicans have struggles with is getting up to the 50% and having a message that wins those people up.
And why do you think that is, Joe?
That's kind of how our country is. The same way the Revolutionary War was. 30% of the country wanted to go to war, 10 didn't, and 30% didn't give a shit. And I don't think it really changed much. It's just the nature of humans.
Pepe, you see what you did to the room? You killed it. Shame on you, Pepe.
To be fair, there was a nice man who I think he's a really nice guy. Really nice guy. And I mean this, I'm not being sarcastic. I think he's a really nice, well-intentioned person. That was in here earlier.
Seriously?
I don't know what he said. Don't listen to me.
Why are you gonna hurt women like that? Don't be a sexist, okay?
I'm not hurting anybody. I just don't
Stop talking. Stop talking. It's not sexist if I don't want anybody to do it. Dumbass.
Don't be sexist.
Stop. It's not sexist, you piece of shit.
being a piece of shit sexist. Shut up, you fucking bias prick.
Lying bastard who lies all day. You lying liar. I'm not being sexist. I don't.
Face right now.
I don't
You're
fucking
being
want you,
biased.
motherfucker. I don't want you to sing either. So how am I being sexist if I don't want you to sing either, dick?
How do you know I'm not trans? You fucking dick.
I don't want anybody to sing. I don't care what gender they are.
Hi, Donald. Donald, this is John.
Freaking a hat.
John, this is John speaking. Moderator, I would like to read from a book, one page of Ayn Rand, because I'll be honest with you, like I like your show and I like what you do, and I'm gonna join. Where's the link for the YouTube live? In the chat.
Yeah, I'm trying to promote my TikTok so that more people will join my TikTok.
All right, let me join the TikTok. So let me ask you this, because this is what I've been reading in Ayn Rand. She's talking about the separation of church and state and the separation of state and economics. And so my theory is, well, not necessarily. My theory is, okay, please hold. My theory is that the Revolutionary War and our founding fathers was actually all about state and economics, not church and state. And but
It's about slavery.
no, I don't think so. And so
revolution.
revolution, yeah.
Sorry.
But anyways, it's neither here nor there. But when we get to reparations, because this topic came up all day today on this stupid app, if you look at how many Republicans died fighting the Democrats in the Civil War, because it was a Republican versus Democrat Civil War, over 500,000 people died fighting each other to the death, and millions of casualties. And so the question is, was it worth it? Was it worth it? Because, people today...
It ended slavery.
Okay, it was worth it. So what people are saying today is they didn't get their 40 acres. They got ripped off.
John say that he said it's worth it.
Worth it. Is it worth it? Just like your birth. Was it worth it for your dad to inseminate your mom to create you? Because do you have any worth?
Absolutely, as it's written on the emerald tablets of Thoth. First Raleigh himself.
Thoth? I don't know. Thoth. Thoth is really just a word for thought. And see, in the evolution of human concepts,
The evolutionary of the word has to be Hermes Trismegistus. You forgot about that, John. Hello?
hello. Oh, Barbie Mattel is here.
Yeah, feel free to go on stage.
Hi, Barbie. Finally, a real woman. See, I'm about to leave Clubhouse and go out for the night and go there's so many beautiful women out right now. It's just like mind blowing. Oh my God. The women last night, just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, I'm pre-gaming. I'm about to head out and meet the ladies for the night. Just some of these, Regal, do you know that Donald here is trans and his wife is trans and he's on disability? He's on disability.
Are you trans, John?
No, not literally, as in I'm a woman, but I am trans. I'm transforming my entire. Barbie, welcome to the stage.
Come on, John. You gotta say it. I want to break free. Come on, John.
I want to break free. I want to be gay and be happy forever and be free from the trans. Hello? Why did I get mute? Oh, well, can I
told you no.
Can I whistle though?
No, you can't whistle, John. No.
Can I play a musical instrument?
I don't care. No music.
No music. All right. Barbie Mattel, what's up? What are you doing tonight, Barbie Mattel?
I'm going out with you.
Oh, shit. Well, don't forget to bring your cigarettes.
I don't smoke.
Oh, you're not an F word?
What's an F word? A fag?
No. feeling frisky.
I'm a real woman in a bag and feeling frisky. Wow. Okay, thanks.
Oh, I remember Barbie. Barbie, it was so interesting because you were talking about how you discovered you were gay, and then you were also talking about how you were being sexually abused.
John, bro, you need to calm down, dude.
No, this is a room that Barbie had a couple days. Remember that, Barbie?
No, dude.
Barbie, I'm gonna make you a mom.
Remember that room?
Relax, boy. If you get
Well, I was just wondering because, you know, basically your timeline.
That's a little much, dude, John. That's a little much too much.
You were just talking about murdering people. You were talking about murdering people earlier, Eagle.
Breaking free, remember, John?
Oh, that's right.
John,
I'm ready to be gay. I'm ready to be gay. I'm ready to be free and happy forever. I am gay inside of my tuchus. Put it in my tuchus.
no fucking singing.
No joy in here, I see. All right, well, if you say so, Donald, it's your show. I call it the Prove to Me God Exists show. It's really just a variety of the Gong show because after you're fully entertained and exhausted with an annoying person, then you just kick them. And then the game starts afresh with a new R-word participant. Well, you'll see.
I don't kick people.
Well, I'm sure I'm going to get kicked pretty soon.
I almost never kick you.
What?
Barely mute people.
Regal, do you know Donald is a fan of my YouTube channel? Donald watches my YouTube lives.
You're an artard, dude. I don't use the R word. They call you an artard.
Artard.
Let's not even refer to that word. He's not even a bunch of happy faces. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, anyways, Donald, you said that it's impossible to separate state and economics. I don't understand. Why is that impossible?
I said it's pretty much impossible.
Why is that pretty much impossible?
Well, because
John, is it impossible for me to drag my nuts across your face?
Talk to Barbie. Maybe Barbie's into that. I'm not done with that.
Talking to you? Is that okay? Why? John, why don't you want to talk to me? Come on.
Don't want to talk to you. Well, are you a homosexual man? Are you a homosexual man, Regal?
What if I am?
Oh, we got Image here, a man of the Lord. Amen. Say it loud, say it proud. Amen. Welcome, Image, the king of the city.
Welcome, John, Barbie, Donald, Regal.
A man of the Lord, a powerful man. Finally, a believer is
John,
here.
chill out for a second.
Amen.
So, image of love. Do you believe in God?
I believe in many things, but I don't know what it means to other people. It's a word.
Do you believe in God, personally?
What is God to you?
Well, to me, it's fiction, but I'm an atheist. So, what is God to you?
Well, I don't believe in fiction. I don't say that. Sorry. So, but I believe in truth, though. So, if I'm saying that truth is God, yeah.
How can truth be God? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it wouldn't make sense to you because you said fiction.
Well, let me ask you a question here. If God, hypothetically, if no God existed, would that be true?
They said if no God existed, if you said, if you're thinking about it as fiction.
No. Just listen to the hypothetical. It's complete hypothetical. It has nothing to do with the real world, okay? In a hypothetical imaginary world, if no God existed, would that be true?
If God was just a word, then it would still be true.
So God can't be truth. Because if God didn't exist, the truth would still exist.
God is just a word.
No. Yeah, and if that thing didn't exist, if that thing can't be truth, is what I'm saying.
What, God?
Whatever you consider this God thing, it can't be truth. That's an incoherent statement.
See, you would really like Ayn Rand because Ayn Rand essentially separates mysticism from ethics. And when you know what superstition is, and you know what, essentially is delusional thinking, because society is based on knowledge and it's based on trade. And so all I'm trying to say is, I hope you have a great show tonight. When I get in my car, I'll turn the YouTube live version on. Image, enjoy yourself. Donald here is a special one. He recently got on disability, and he's living his best life live streaming on YouTube. Thank you very little. Regal, I'll leave you to it. Gentlemen, Barbie, madam, if that's your correct pronoun? Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you adieu and farewell.
Hey, appreciate you coming through, John.
Thank you for coming by. So, everybody in the audience, thank you for coming by. Feel free to come on stage. I can't read your names right now. I don't know. I'll put on my glasses. So, Image. What I was saying is that your statement that
For real. He was really jerking off.
Well, I've been accused of jerking off on camera a few times, but I've also been accused of picking my nose. It's called booger gates or jerk off gates.
Did you say on camera?
On camera.
Yeah, cool. So you did that. Cool.
I had an illegal alien from Guatemala come over and get funky on YouTube.
Tell Abby that she throws up in the bathroom, okay? Can you tell that for me?
That freak show that escaped from the Chernobyl reactor? That creature? What happened to that cat-looking woman? Children under the stairs. Mommy and Daddy didn't feed her enough. What happened to that one?
She's a fat, morbidly obese bitch.
Oh, and thanks, by the way, for sending me Yal's pussy pictures. That really, made my life so much better. Really had fun looking at Yal's pussy pictures. Thank you, cowgirl. What a treat that was. I asked so many people. You were the only one who could come through. You got that power about you.
I always give the details on Clubhouse.
And I always thought you were a black guy. Turns out you're like a ugly Hispanic Latino, a weird-looking gay guy or something.
Well, do you want to fuck or not?
No, not at all. Maybe Dr. Adams and you can meet together sometime.
You're just jealous. At least I look better than Abby.
I'm just saying, I think everybody always thought you were black. Isn't that interesting? You sound black.
How do I sound black? Tell me.
You tell me. Does everyone here think he was white or black until I brought it up?
No, definitely a fucking Asian.
An Asian? Like he's Asian or something?
I'm Filipino, you stupid ass.
Oh, he's a flip. He speaks Tagalog. Ah, kapun kan, talagalaga ba? Babalabadabada.
I'm Filipino. I'm not Mexican, you stupid ass. Who told you that lie?
Nobody. I don't know. I saw your picture and I was like, oh my God, I thought he was a black guy. Anyways, I'm going out for the night because there are so many beautiful women out tonight and the weather is great. Give me a good pickup line. What do you think I should say to the first beautiful baby?
So you broke up with your girlfriend? Oh, shit.
I told you doggy style was my favorite position. Would that turn you against me?
Who the fuck is this? Is this John? Oh, this is John.
You think that's a good one? I was going to say, excuse me, can I ask you a question? And then she'll say, ask me a question. I'll say, yes, ask you a question. Do you believe in hypnosis?
Phones in your area? And she's like, what the hell is this? And yeah.
Why do you have so many cell phones in your apartment, John? What are you doing? Well, I come on Clown House, which is a social conference call where people from all around the world waste all their time.
Like, you guys, the fact that you're going to bastardize that name.
Well, John is a great name. Not many people know that he was the forerunner to Jesus. So it's really the cult of John. And Jesus was just one of the cult members of John.
He's probably Richard.
Zach, how are you, Zach? I didn't see you there. Who modded Zach? Don't mod Zach! Hey, buddy, how you doing? Good to hear it.
John, did you get the message, the pictures of Abby? I sent you the back channel a long time ago.
Yeah, as soon as I saw him, I had to run to the bathroom and puke in the toilet.
So what did she say when she saw your camera?
Well, actually, I just want to say one more thing about Abby's photo. When I saw that, I actually ran to the bathroom and diarrhea exploded and puked at the same time. I was that repulsed. I was like, I always knew there was something going on with this girl. Why didn't she ever post a PTR?
Did you tell Abby this when you grew up, when you saw her picture?
She knows all about it. She knows she got outed. There's no fixing that. When you are born in Chernobyl and your face is basically like chicken noodle soup and you look like a cat creature from under the stairs, well, life's cruel. Not everybody's born beautiful and symmetric. Some people are born and they look like a melted Snickers bar. Hello?
Are you a beautiful human being?
I don't know. That's me in the PTR. Look at my big nostril. Look at my nose. Just look at it. Would you look at it? Just look at it. Look at it. Just look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at that nose. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Stop talking and look at it. You're still talking. Look at it. Who's pretty?
So he brought a girl over, Kristen, and she fucking said.
Oh no, he had a girlfriend and everything, so I'm kind of wondering what the hell happened.
Who are you talking about?
I mean, what was someone date him? Look at him.
Hello?
I know, I bet she was like, oh, he's going to be the next senator. He's going to be the senator's movies. And then she opened the closet full of phones, and she's like, oh, fuck.
Oh, you know what Cowgirl taught me to do? You put your chin down low, and then you say, "No!"
I never taught you that.
Yeah, you did.
My bird.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what it is, basically. It's the same thing. Cum burp. A cum fart burp.
Dude, I thought that. I heard this next to my ear.
Clip it! Clip it!
Oh, okay, I'm up.
See, I thought because you were black, that was okay that you get an N-word pass because you are black. But turns out you're a gay Filipino man.
And you're just jealous that I'm a fucking little Manila faggot.
I like Zach's laugh there. Zach was like, ha ha, good one. Ha ha.
Kitover, you're in the military, and guys like you go after Filipinos, so by all means, when I'm gonna marry you.
Oh shit! I bet you're his son.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Well, if you want, just go to your local VA hospital and go chat up a bunch of veterans. I'm sure you'll have a date every Friday night. I heard this guy at the VA hospital the other day. He didn't even sound American, and you know what he was saying? He was on the phone with somebody. He's like, "Oh my God, thank God for America, man. Fucking thank God for America."
I wonder if he's given a sample to 23andMe. What do you think? You could
No,
match up
I never
with
did it.
Daddy?
I never did it. I never did it.
Sure.
Nope, not in the bankruptcy filing.
He's not a Jew.
Were you in
the military? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You were definitely with that.
This is public knowledge because he's running for mayor, and they have to know all the information.
No, actually they don't. Believe it or not, like when I ran for Congress, I didn't even post a resume. I didn't have a LinkedIn account. Nobody knew where I worked at.
Running for mayor.
I know, it's the same thing. I'm just saying, when you run for office, you're not required to disclose your resume.
Yes, I know, but they're going to dig stuff up and they're going to find information. They're like, oh,
he was live on YouTube for all those years. Who was he talking to? What was he talking about?
He's a stand-up man because he's part of the military. Then a little bit deeper.
Digging deeper. All the way to my high school academic career and sport career. Wow.
You like a fucking personality of like a fucking 14-year-old.
14-year-old? Well, you gotta come to one of my book club rooms where I read a book. I read a book on Clubhouse sometimes.
Good dad jokes. Can you believe that?
Oh.
Hey, have you ever heard about the new pirate movie? New pirate movie? It's rated R. That's a good dad joke.
Hello? 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 Hello?
40 tall. You gotta be 28 because you sound like a young.
Hello?
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 He had a fever when he was 12.
Hello?
Who said hello?
He said, I'm gonna lean into this nasal leak.
John, I'm gonna suck your fucking dumb half Jewish cock.
He gone.
Hey.
Bye.
Cowgirl.
Bye.
Somebody actually fucking booted him? Oh my goodness.
No, stupid. Check your fucking screen, you alcoholic.
Dude, he went down to the bottom. Obviously, either he went down himself or somebody booted him.
Oh, my fingers so too.
Wow. That's good. We had to put the toddler to sleep, so.
I think this is important, what you mentioned. So, the way that we feel time passes in sleep is different from when you're awake, right? So, when that needs to stop now. Whoever that's telling you,
Sorry, buddy.
May I continue? Yeah. Thank you. So when you're asleep, right, the brain system that creates a...
He so happened not to be a fuck up.
No, you didn't inherit that business from his parents.
Wait, are you sure?
I have an attitude.
Yeah, I'm positive.
I'm trying here to relate it to the whole thing. At different periods in time of our life, our mind goes through different moments of maturity, which you'll see in how you act when you're younger, in your teenage years, in your 20s, and then things change by the time you get into your adulthood. You're more like a teacher from like 25 up to 55. And then what happens later on when people that are older, they go into where they share their wisdom of what life has been like for them. And I think there is a difference in some of the speakers that you speak to based upon where they are at the level of their age and maturity. And I think when you're dealing with Edward, he's just sharing wisdom rather than being a teacher, if that makes sense. On Edward, personally, my other point, I've known him a long time. He's actually in the political space. And I'm not going to go into all the details. He's not here. But he's pretty influential in California and things like that. So, like, he actually does pretty significant.
No, I think he's an absolutely nice guy, and he was somebody who threw me off the first time I talked to him. Because I'm a very reactionary person. You guys can probably obviously see that. But in the height of, imagine like the height of BLM, and I'm just talking all of this fucking shit. I'm unloading everything, that And of course, if you remember on the app at the time, you have all these black, pro-black rooms that would just be absolutely rude to white people, say horrible shit about white people. And, I would make my rooms, and then, at least at the time, there weren't really any other people doing it, at least at the scale I was doing it. And so I had these big rooms, and then he would talk to me. He'd be like, okay, Pepe. And then it was a very grandfatherly way of talking to me, which I do think it was, and I think he's a much more conservative person than I am. But once again, I've been
I got kicked from the room.
He was. What is it that you
Go!
Basically saying how ultimately you're in control of your life and yada yada yada. You have to look at the consequences of your decisions. You say, yeah, okay, obviously. And he did have, which in a way, if you were having to listen to your grandfather, he was giving you real advice. It's in terms of your world, not in terms of trying to solve the country problems or the world's problems or anything like that, but your fucking life. You
This
only
is
have
the
control
Pepe
of
R
yourself,
word
and
bar.
you need to do what you need to do in order to be